I can't take Duke.
You can't take Duke because he's a Tar Heel.
I mean, there's so many. I mean, there's 62 other teams, Nuno. Can't take Duke. We're take a lot of other teams.
Sure. What a hypocrite.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, welcome aboard. It is TMA, the morning after. Martin, Doug, Jackson, KG, all here and accounted for.
Where's Tim? Where is Tim?
Here we go. Text in. There we go. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Doug, they can call in as well.
Yeah, they can.
Collier and Thompson phone line, 314-974-0101. How about that?
Okay.
Be part of the show. Tim is en route to Wichita. I was told yesterday it was snowing in Wichita.
Really? I saw some flurries this morning here.
Yeah, Pestis was right.
Really?
Yeah, I saw some flurries, South City and here in Creve Coeur.
Wow.
Should we issue an apology retroactive to Monday? When did he call? KG, it was about 7:10 maybe on Monday.
I feel like it was early.
Sort of set the tone for the week. Pestis from Festus, and he said it's going to snow. We all kind of laughed and said, this bumpkin. Lo and behold.
He knows his stuff.
When you're blind, all your other senses are heightened, so he probably has like a sixth or maybe even a seventh sense on that kind of thing.
Could be. Or maybe he just read something.
Well, he talked about his
Heard something.
wife's grandmother. I think her name was Johan. That she had a strong feeling, and I guess that's what you trust.
That the snow was a-coming. Well, I don't think it's going to accumulate.
Doug, the first text has arrived.
What?
Shoot me.
Oh,
Where is Tim?
There's no Tim. Yeah,
Where
that's
is
how it
Tim?
goes. That's how it goes.
He's en route to Wichita. He and the family are going to take in the Missouri Tigers. They are the 6th seed, Doug,
Yeah.
taking on Drake.
Okay.
Pesky 11 seed. Jackson's very confident his Missouri Tigers will advance. I think it's very trendy to kind of like the underdog.
Sure.
Especially over the last 20 years. Now, everybody, the lower, I guess the higher the seed, you immediately say, oh, I think they're dangerous.
Yeah, and like
How many of these kids came from Northwest Missouri State? God bless them.
Yeah.
Came with the coach. Great coach. Might end up at Iowa. Just look at the talent level. Unless you crap the bed, Mizzou should win.
Right. And to your point on people like to pick the underdog, like when you're filling out a bracket, and I'm sure you fellas have been doing some of that, or people out there, like you feel bad, like always picking the lower seed team. Like you're always like, oh man, picking like a 1 and 2 seed going pretty far here. It's like, well, a lot of times there's a reason why they're seeded above a team.
But you know there's going to be some upsets.
Of course.
So you try to pick the one. And it makes people feel a little smarter than everyone else if they pick a big underdog. You don't know Drake like I know Drake. You've never watched Drake play one time. Don't let me down, Jimmy Cruz. I got you beating Louisville.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, where it's like, if I understand, like, picking upset, too. Like, if you have the higher seed, the 1 or 2 or 3 seed, winning in the next round, like, you might pick a 12 seed to be the 5 seed because, worst case, you missed 2 games, you know? So I get it. I get why people do it. But, like, 85% of the bets are on Drake, but the line has stayed at 6.5, meaning the money's pretty much on Missouri.
I was staring at Texas A&M Yale, and it just sounds good. Oh, Yale's going to get it.
Oh, yeah.
Ivy League.
And Yale won last year.
They can't run or jump.
But then I thought, they're not going to win 2 years in a row. I talked myself out of it.
You got to think about the opponent. Like, just because it's a 4 seed or good, Texas A&M is really good.
And you're saying Yale? I thought it was
Whale.
Whale.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whale.
You think Tim is listening?
No.
No,
Not a
Gravy.
chance.
To go podcast later with the family just to check in on how the show went without him.
He's probably in Wichita now, right? Didn't
I
he
think they're
drive
driving.
yesterday?
No, I think they're driving today.
Yeah, I think
really?
they're driving today.
They're locked in right now. Locked in on the show.
Maybe.
Hey, Tim, text in. Air Comfort Service text line. Phone in. Collier and Thompson phone lines. KG's in Tim's seat over there.
Yeah, boy.
Is that a cuck when somebody sits in the seat or no?
I'm not
Bigfoot.
even. I refuse to even sit in it. I'm not.
Oh, you're not worthy?
No.
He literally pushed the chair back against the wall, Doug. He will not sit in Tim's seat.
No.
Can you get your old chair and bring it over here?
I heard you guys talking before the show. I like to have my feet on the floor, too. And
do you?
Like Piglet said, I'm that short, fat, obscene guy on the morning show. So being short, my feet dangle, and I want to feel grounded.
Okay.
Another Piglet
Local
reference.
broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
There it is again.
We were complaining about the chairs. That the pub table length chairs these days. We have them at Fox 2 for our interview segments, and everybody's feet dangle.
Yeah.
You could be 6'5" and you look like Mickey Carroll.
Yeah.
I feel like a puppet.
Yeah.
I don't know
Jackson
why that
standing.
is.
You always stand.
I always stand for the first segment, and then once I settle in, once I feel my medication really seep into my bloodstream, that's when I sit down, I lock in.
So our tell, if you never sit down, means you may not be on your medication.
That's not a bad play, but sometimes I just want to get the lactic acid, Doug, move into my legs.
Oh, really?
You know.
You want to settle in, like knock down an early 3.
Yeah, right.
Like Caleb Grill, you want to see him make an early.
I just want to see one go in. That's how he is. Sees one go in, he feels fire.
I think with these chairs, in TV, they have the chairs that go up and down just so everyone can be roughly the same height.
That makes sense.
If you were just on the ground, you'd have people a head taller than some of the other people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good call, Doug.
And every time you meet someone, they say, "Oh, you're taller than I thought." Well, why? Because over the years, they've met so many people in TV. You could fit them in the cup of your hand.
I used to get, "Oh, you've lost so much weight." Thanks. I must look great on TV. What, I look like I weigh 300 pounds? Knock it off!
Camera weighs how much, Doug?
Apparently about 100 pounds.
I thought you looked good last night. I liked your report you had.
I wasn't there.
No, you had the thing about Mizzou playing Drake. It was a great segment, Doug.
I've been there in 3.5 long years.
You handed off to a bunch of folks who looked like they could have been your grandkids, and then you said,
Yeah, that's why
"What's
I'm
the
not there."
latest in Wichita?"
Very few people can be on local news.
I agree with
Thanks,
that. But you don't want to be the oldest person at work. That should never be the goal.
Unless you're the boss. What if you're the boss?
Then it's a little different.
Yeah, I feel like that's an exception.
But if you're just one of the worker bees, you don't want to be the oldest one there.
Dick Ford said every year he'd try to quit, and they say one more year, and he's like, "Well, no, I'm ready to retire." They're like, "Just," and he'd say, "Okay, well then I'm not going to do the 6," and they'd say, "Okay," and the next year he said, "I'll do the 9, but not the 10," and they said, "Okay." I said, "How do you get this
I want
leverage?"
$50,000.
Yeah, and they'd
Does
say,
that work?
"Okay."
yeah, probably a lot of leverage.
Well, you have to have a succession plan.
Like the show Succession.
And a
Like
town
the
like
show.
town like St. Louis likes their people that they've known for a long time and are comfortable with.
You saying we're resistant to change a little bit?
Yeah, we don't really want someone from coming somewhere else telling us what's going on in our town.
Yeah. Some outsider.
I don't suppose that's just a exclusive to St. Louis thing, but especially sports.
Yeah.
You don't want somebody coming in here from Pocatello, Idaho, criticizing our Redbirds.
How was the reception of you in both Rochester, Minnesota, and Miami?
I don't think they cared. No one watched it in Rochester.
Nobody cared.
Such a small town. They got cable. They watch the Minneapolis news.
Fair.
Is that right? How far out? It's not that far from Minneapolis.
No, it's maybe 80 miles or so.
What do they have a TV market for? They wouldn't need a TV market.
Back then, in the late 70s, early 80s, it was about 75,000 people. Now it's up over 100,000.
We got that Mayo Clinic.
Oh, yeah.
A driving force of the economy.
Yeah.
Big show on deck. Bernie Federko, 8:15, talking Blues. In the game tonight, Blues, Vancouver Canucks. It's a 6:30 start. I think it's on Doug's channel, actually. I think it's on Channel 4.
Oh, is that right?
Or it's on the Keanu Reeves vehicle they have. They got the Matrix or something. It's on one of the two, but it's definitely on the radio. 6 o'clock pregame tonight. Blues Canucks. They're tied right now for the 8th and final playoff spot. Canucks have, what do you like to call that, Doug? A game in hand.
Yes, that's what I call it.
I was listening to some Jim Montgomery sound. I can't believe they had a practice yesterday. I like the logistics. They flew back Tuesday night from Nashville, had a practice, and Coach Montgomery, he's ready to go.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
It's been playing some desperate hockey for some time now, but is that
Question included.
Playing a team like that?
I think what ramps up is the excitement for tomorrow night. And it's going to be on both ends. And I haven't been in St. Louis a lot, but I'm curious. I'm going to go out for dinner tonight. I expect this building to be rocking tomorrow night. I think there's an excitement in the city. It's a great sports town. And I know that through family and friends, the way they're talking about it, that I imagine the whole city is going to be pretty excited about tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Building's going to be rocking, Doug.
Just a shame Mizzou has to play at the same time.
What are the odds of that?
I mean, pretty high.
No, they're not. The Blues have a huge game.
Yeah,
it starts at 6:30.
Well, yeah, that element of
Mizzou
it.
makes the NCAA tournament, which we wouldn't have guessed when this NHL schedule came out.
That's fair.
And then they end up playing at the exact same time. They could have played Friday at noon. They
All
could
right,
have
take
played...
it back.
Yeah, they
I
got
take it
games
back.
starting at 11 o'clock
I
this
take it
morning.
back.
Dumbass!
I take it back.
Take it all back. Blues Canucks tonight. They played twice this year. Doug, do you remember those games in December?
No.
January? Blues.
You're supposed to lie.
Don't remember the last game they played.
That's a good question.
non-starter.
Predators. Predators.
Yeah, that's right.
Blues beat the Canucks in Vancouver. That was back in December. That was an overtime vehicle, 4-3. Hofer in that. Then they lost them in January at home, so they have split
5-2. Yeah.
split the two games so far. I did a little deep dive. Last night was kind of a quiet sports night. No offense to Xavier, Texas.
That was a good game.
Very good game. Found myself rooting for Xavier. I don't really like Sean Miller.
Especially Xavier came to Marquette this year. I saw it live and in person.
You did?
Yeah.
But when it's this time of year, you do tend to root for your conference. I know that's pretty historic.
And that was a home game, too. It was easy to root for
Xavier fans all over the place.
The crowd
I didn't think
pops
about that with the Dayton game.
It's like 45 minutes from Dayton to Cincinnati.
So Sean Miller, who was one of those, as part of the FBI grouping. Remember Will Wade, Sean Miller, Doug, these guys were all recorded on tape. I went back and looked at the Will Wade stories at LSU. And the FBI was looking into corruption at the NCAA level. I don't know why.
Hard to believe it could possibly go on in this country.
Yeah. And they have Will Wade, the head coach at LSU, saying, I got a strong-ass offer for you. He said the word strong-ass offer. And once they started investigating, they said there was a fiance of a player who was going to, like, talk.
Oh, no.
And he dealt with her and paid her off.
Oh, God.
So eventually LSU runs him off. But you know what, Doug, he's been he took some time away.
Well, now it's perfectly legal, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say nobody cares anymore. Sean Miller, who was the big man they had?
DeAndre Ayton.
Yes, was in the middle of that whole deal.
Yeah, DeAndre Ayton at Arizona, and then he leaves Arizona for Xavier. Which, in terms of like leaving in a bad way to go to a different job, Xavier's a pretty good one, Big East team like that.
Are you talking about Sean Miller?
Yeah, not Will Wade. Will Wade, McNeese.
Not Ayton either. I thought you were talking about DeAndre Ayton, who went to the NBA.
He went to the Suns and now is on the Blazers. But McNeese with Will Wade, but he just took...
he took the NC State job.
Right.
And I was looking now, nobody cares, Doug. So Patino had scandal, Will Wade, Sean Miller. I mean, the Will Wade, though, they said he had 5 level 1 violations. They said he was paying up to 11 players. So actually, he's perfect for the current landscape. Hey, give me a coach who knows how to pay players.
Don't you think this has probably been going on for a long time?
Yes, absolutely.
Wasn't it always a joke? And, of course, they didn't do it at Mizzou. Of course, they didn't do it at Marquette. But you'd see one of the basketball guys getting into, like, a really nice car, and you'd say, wow, how does that work?
At University of Miami, when I was there, they all had brand-new Camaros.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know how they could afford it, 20-year-old football players in college, but, boy, they had beautiful cars.
You think they, like, invested in Webkins?
I guess they did. Yeah, or had a second job somewhere.
What was the
lemonade stand or something?
Beanie Baby? Is that what people invested in?
Oh, well, some, yeah.
Yeah.
I now see how this show works. You think of something. I said last night was kind of a quiet night. We got to Xavier, which got us to Sean Miller, which got us to cheating, which got us to Will Wade, which got us to Miami.
Yeah, and now we're on Beanie Babies.
That's how it happens, baby.
Didn't Bob West get into Beanie Baby? Former Channel 4 sports reporter. You guys are way too young. And I remember talking to him at Rams Park, and he said, I got a business on the side. And you're thinking, real estate, insurance, what do you got? Selling cars, and whatever. Beanie Babies.
Right. His mother-in-law had some kind of boutique store where she was able to buy these Beanie Babies at cost.
Oh, like wholesale?
For like a couple bucks a piece. And then they were being sold for, some of them, hundreds of dollars.
Jeez.
So his mother-in-law would buy all she could get her hands on, and he would go out and sell it. And so he quit the sportscasting business thinking this is going to go on forever. It lasted another 2-3 months, I think.
He thought he was going to be a stuffed animal tycoon.
Doug, I'm seeing that famous Princess Diana Beanie Baby. If you go on Etsy, you can get that for just $20,000.
$20,000? Oh, Lord. Is there like 5 left in the world?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a stupid phase, wasn't it?
I blame, my mom's probably listening. Mom, I apologize, but I blame some of my body image issues on my mom because
that's nice.
McDonald's
Shout out to Mom.
McDonald's had that Beanie Baby and the Happy Meal promotion going on back in the 90s, and I remember just being force-fed chicken McNuggets so that Mom could collect all the Beanie Babies.
Poor kid. I'm sure you fought that.
I think at the time I was on board, but now looking back on it.
You think it started you down a path?
Yeah, I think that's kind of why I'm a little messed up.
Oh,
because of Beanie Babies at McDonald's, you were force-fed chicken nuggets?
Chicken nuggets, French fries, probably Coca-Cola Classic.
Well, she didn't make you eat it, did she?
You're not
you just had to buy it to get the Beanie Baby.
Yeah, but, you're not going to waste the food.
No.
That was
2 birds, 1 stone.
So that's on her.
Love you, Mom.
Gosh. You think your mom's listening?
I guarantee my mom's listening.
Oh, she might need to call in to defend herself.
You still eat chicken nuggets at McDonald's?
No, I haven't had fast food in a long time, Doug.
So you're cured.
Quit blaming Mom.
I'm in recovery. You're never fully cured, but you kind of live with it.
Oh gosh.
Beanie Baby fad, top 5 stupid fads.
Pet rocks.
Pet rock. I had a pet rock.
Trolls.
Did you guys
were a
go through
thing?
that phase?
Pet rock?
Yeah.
Yes.
People sold rocks in a little cardboard box. That's all it was a rock.
And you name it?
Yeah.
And that was all?
And it would sit in your bedroom somewhere. Yeah, I got a beautiful pet rock. I mean, we're sick.
That's pretty
As
silly.
a nation, we're
It's pretty
sick.
Silly. Pretty silly.
Oh, God, was it ever.
I brought up fidget spinners before. That was, 3-4 years ago?
Yeah, a little longer, but yeah.
Cabbage Patch Kids was a big one.
Tickle Me Elmo.
Yeah. That was a little creepy.
It wasn't a command. It was adding to the list.
You weren't saying to me, you weren't calling me Elmo. They tickle me. So I was doing some research last night, looking at the Blues. 9-2-2 since the Four Nations break, which we knew. Doug, how many goals do you think the Blues have scored in that 11-game stretch?
How many goals in 11 games?
13 should be.
13. Well,
simple math, 9-2-2.
3 a game, 33. I'll say 4 a game. I'll say 40.
52.
Oh, my goodness.
They've outscored their opponents 52-32. It's the Monty bump. Just arrived a little bit late. Blues, Canucks tonight. We've got that going at 6:30. Bernie Federko to talk about it. Terry Crouppen stopping by. I think he was last here right before Christmas.
Yeah.
Santa Terry was here.
Yeah, you're right.
And he was talking about he's a Jewish man, but he's how much he loves Christmas.
Yeah.
He brought a little festive cheer to the room.
You sure did.
He'll do that. And speaking of festive cheer, Rich Gould, friend of the show at 9:30.
Okay, wonderful.
After the text yesterday where he said, nobody wants to have me on. And I said, people want to have you on. He was quoted in the New York Times about the storms that hit Bridgeton. And I'm most fascinated. The New York Times has a pretty good reach. They could have somebody on today from Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
How do they find, how does Rich
That's
Gould?
my question.
That's all I want to know.
He has to know somebody there, and they know him, and they're like, all right, who's someone in St. Louis? Rich Gould, America's guest.
Wait till he says, I have no idea. And then we just hang up.
It's the World Wide Web. One thing leads to another, to another, to another, and 10 degrees later, the New York Times is talking to Rich Gould.
He's also a passionate Mizzou fan. He went to a small school in Springfield, Evangel, but loves Mizzou, so he'll have a little tournament breakdown. I bet you he'll be having a little watch party. Maybe it may just be him.
Right.
But he'll be having a watch party tonight. Blues and Mizzou. You got two things going at once. Doug, I wouldn't even say it. Which is the bigger game? You can't because one season ends. So Mizzou's game has higher stakes.
Right. The stakes are higher.
No doubt about it.
1 and 1A. 1 and 1A. The Mizzou game is 1. The Blues are 1A.
It's a skipper tied for first on this Thursday. The Blues are pretty smart, pretty savvy. I'll bet you anything in the concourse, the Mizzou game will be on. So if you're at the game, you're just kind of going to the bathroom, getting a beer.
Yeah. That's the tough part about doing anything, especially this weekend, is like no matter what, you're going to be missing games. I mean, the first game tips off at 11:40 and goes until midnight tonight, and that's how it's going to be for 4 straight days. What a time to be alive, Doug.
I've always heard this next couple of days is the highest day for vasectomies in the country.
Yeah, because you just sit and watch.
Why is that?
Just sit and watch.
It's an excuse to just sit and do nothing. You get sliced up and then sit and watch basketball.
Because you can't really move around. You got to kind of ice your hot zone there.
Title segment.
Ice your hot zone.
Yeah.
Well, you can ask Vitaly about it tomorrow.
I think he's gone back and forth. He had to make a U-turn and maybe another one. I don't know. We'll talk to him tomorrow.
Gosh. Well, you don't want a hot zone, you want a green zone, and you'd get that with Green Envy.
Oh, look at that.
If you have them come treat your yard, you're going to just love the way the yard looks this year. Green Envy uses only products formulated for our local soil, weather conditions, and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products. Been in business for over a decade now. These guys really know what they're doing. Green Envy deploys a special crabgrass preventer. That's a trade secret to keep that weed from taking over your lawn. Their service professionals are commercially licensed applicators, as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. No part-timers or high school kids applying God knows what on your lawn. You're going to get the pros who know exactly what they are doing. I've had Green Envy doing my yard for a couple years now. They just do fantastic work. Their programs have no hidden fees and no contracts. They're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 to take your calls and answer questions. The phone number is 636-655-3689. The website, a little easier to remember, greenenvylawns.com.
Leave Mom out of this. She's a saint. That's from M-Town. Is M-Town related to
O-Town?
O-Town?
I'm not familiar with M-Town.
What do you think is M-Town? Moberly?
Melville?
Melville. Yeah, you're probably right.
Where
That's Mark Hanna.
The Fenty handshakes are going down for the Melville kids. That was in the email yesterday.
Fenty. They're trading fentanyl? That's a serious charge, isn't it?
Did you guys have a romantic Redbird hookup contest?
We call it Bachelor Baseball around these
Bachelor Baseball.
parts.
What happened with Bachelor Baseball?
Yeah,
Did you get the man a date?
So we threw it out there to the people. I don't know if applications have rolled in, but for those who aren't aware of what we're speaking about, I'm going to play the voice.
This was late in the show yesterday.
Yeah.
Man called into the station, and it was not a bit?
Did
anybody off air call him?
No.
And say, you good with this?
I certainly did not.
Okay.
But his name isn't. We're not putting his name out there.
Hello, Keith. My name is from over here on the east side. I had an idea. Maybe you guys can run with it. Maybe not. I've got 2 tickets to opening day Cardinal baseball a week from today. They're really good seats. Right on the first baseline, got a good view of the Clydesdales coming out of the gate, all the way around the track, back into the gate. So I would like to take 1 ticket, and I'm looking for a beautiful single woman to take the other one, somewhere in the age range of 46 to 59. Call it the bachelor baseball game or whatever. Yeah. I just figured maybe you guys could do something with it, get it out on the air for the contest in the morning, see if there's some eligible bachelorette out there, and maybe make a connection.
I'll be darned.
So if you got any thoughts or ideas on that, please give me a call.
There it is.
He sounds real. He sounds sincere. He wants to do, and he actually had a gimmick in mind.
Yeah.
He comes with a slogan, a little bachelor baseball.
Bachelor baseball game.
I do have a thought on the seats. He said the first baseline, but then he made it very clear he was right near that gate. So I'm thinking we're edging a little closer to the foul pole.
Could be right field.
Yeah,
right
kind of far up that
first base
base
line. Maybe
up
first
the
base
line. Because he was very, very clear that you get a great view of those Clydesdales coming in and out.
I think as you get a little closer to the end mark, the 59 age range, I think the Clydesdales becomes more of a selling point. So that was smart of him to include
I love
that.
the Clydesdales.
So what if somebody's 45? Can't go with them?
Out.
No, too young.
60.
Way too young.
Can't go.
Out.
Yeah, too old.
He seemed to be spitballing when he said 46 to 59.
Yeah. We make fun, but like even the round number is kind of a random number. It just has a 0 or a 5 at the end. Back me up, Doug.
Yeah.
Think about it.
It sounds like what he would have put on his dating profile, who he's looking for.
Did any females call in and say sounds good?
A lot of guys texted in. Yeah. A lot of guys texted in, and then women texted in, but they didn't seem that interested. But
I think
it's early.
A lot of our female listeners are mid-20s, so they were disqualified already.
Oh, okay.
So
right, in college.
He called the head of sales at the station.
Right.
Kind of an interesting choice. Do you have voicemail here?
No, I don't think. Not like a person.
You don't know?
No. My phone number is Callyer and Thompson phone lines, baby. That's where you can reach me.
You want me? You call the show.
That's right. On the air. You want to take it to, you got a problem with me? Airwaves.
We don't have a desk or something somewhere in a back room here somewhere, do we? We don't have any of that.
It's like in a sub basement. Yeah, they set up like a little office for us. Yeah.
I saw Jackson in the toll booth when I was walking in today.
Yeah, Sonny Corleone.
It's the smallest little room you've ever seen, but it has 2 different windows to it.
It's the most peaceful place. It's a soundproof studio, maybe the size of 2 phone booths.
Are you not claustrophobic at all?
Not bad.
It's a pretty cozy little capsule.
Yeah, I wouldn't say claustrophobic. No, I don't have like a fear of heights or claustrophobic, but don't push it, I would say. I don't want to be like being buried alive is like one of my worst nightmares.
How about crawling through a tunnel underground? Could you do that?
No, Dufraining it? No, thanks.
Like the Great Escape movie. You ever see that? The Great Escape?
Yeah, Stephen Queen.
Could you do that? Crawl through? You could if your life was on the line.
We have fight or flight, different story. But if it's like, hey, you want to, if you want to go get this slice of pizza, you got to climb through a tube.
Yeah, leave the pizza. It seems like a really bad way to go if it were to collapse on you.
Oh, my God, yeah.
What's the most people you've had in that booth back there? You got 3?
I think I've had, I might have had 4.
Really?
I think I can fit 4.
That's a party in that room.
You're telling me. It gets hot. A lot of body heat.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Doug, just put a wig on and go with him so he doesn't feel bad.
Good seats. We're a week away.
Hot take, this bachelor is 30, likes feet and older women. I don't know why that was so specific.
I love the Clydesdales as much as the next guy. Maybe it's just because I've seen it 55 times now. Is some of the newness worn off of that?
Oh, wow.
Well, the Clydesdales?
I'm going to lose my rights holder badge for saying that.
Seriously.
I mean, it's neat to say, but you don't go there just to see that, do you?
Some people do.
This is his big selling point. You're going to be able to see the horses.
Well, what do you think a female is most interested in? Those seats, his wealth, his appearance,
starting
a view of the Clydesdales.
I think the starting rotation is what they're most interested in.
No,
I'm saying with this gentleman's offer, and you're a female, what are you most interested in? What he looks like? Kind of money he's got?
Yeah.
Or seats that'll get you a view of the Clydesdales?
He might be a very successful guy if he's got great seats for opening day. I mean, that's not a cheap ticket.
He kind of kept benching up the line. Hey, got a great view of the foul pole.
No. Since this is a casual thing, probably what he looks like is going to come to mind first. Whoever accepts this date's not ready to marry the guy. She doesn't care about his money. He's got tickets. She just wants to be a part of the atmosphere and probably see the game.
Witnesses is probably an important factor in this.
Well, you'd have, hopefully,
Have to meet in a
40,000.
public place.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not 40,000.
37.5.
How many helmet notches is he willing to buy the date?
Oh,
I think it's a great question.
So
Somebody
wealth
asked,
does come into play.
Doug, are you doing your best Kathleen Turner imitation this morning? You got a little throat thing. It's fine. It happens.
Cough thing, yeah.
Doug's plowing
Going
through.
around.
Yeah.
Doug, you sound a little under the weather. Do you want to come by to clear your throat? That's a nice offer. That's from Eric in the Central West
He's
End.
just got himself suspended.
What?
That's exactly what happened. Eric, in the Central West End, you've been suspended.
It's been a
You're
while.
wondering how long? 2 days' time. Your name just now, as we speak, is going into the suspension log. You
think it feels good?
It doesn't feel good. It's not designed to feel good.
Right. That's
Well,
the
right
key.
before that, Eric in the Central West End said that Tim's pet rock is named Jackson.
Oh, okay. That stings. Good thing I never had a pet rock, so that's the silliest
Someone
thing I've ever
said
heard.
send Doug home to rest the voice. No, you got a show to do.
We're man
What would I
down,
be
baby.
resting it for?
You want some chamomile? I can get you some chamomile. on the
Chamomile
break.
tea.
Yeah.
I had hot tea on the way here.
Did you?
Yeah.
Soothing.
KG,
Not really.
KG, are you sure your mom is still listening without Tim on? Somebody else got
Fair
mad.
question.
And somebody else called you out and said, "Hypocrite! You ordered McDonald's when you were sick." Everybody,
yeah.
Everybody listening
That's
is a
true.
historian of this show.
Yeah, you can't get anything past him.
Oh, the week I was out a few days, I did say that I door dashed McDonald's. So yeah, I stand down.
But that's
So
all
you're
your
not
mom.
cured.
No.
But it's your mom's fault that you ordered that DoorDash that day.
I mean, when I'm 7, 8 years old, I don't have much control over it. And if somebody puts nuggets
Yeah.
in front of me, they're getting eaten.
With a toy?
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't get the toy. She got the toy.
right.
Because the toy was the Beanie Baby.
Yeah.
Chia Pets. That's all the text says. So you have, to,
in
you have to
terms of
scroll back in your head
friends.
5 minutes ago
Yeah. I
and
never
say,
had that.
why does it say Chia Pets? I don't think that's a fad. I think that still exists.
I think it
it's
exists, but
I had one of those.
are people still... I hope they
Soothing?
are. Yeah.
You put little grass seeds in the grooves of the
Yes.
ceramic pot and water it, and hair grows up.
I'm going
Looks
to
like
argue,
hair.
though, that Chia Pets has staying power. Like, it didn't go away. It's just sort of a weird... your great aunt has one, I'm sure.
I don't believe my great aunt. I don't,
No, ask her.
Probably not. Probably too old.
You guys ever had an ant farm?
No.
No.
Usually spray for those in the spring.
Did you have one? You had one, didn't you?
No.
Sea monkeys? That was a thing, right?
Yeah.
Urchins, a little bag of powder, right? And you put it in the bottom of a fishbowl.
I'm not a pet guy.
guy.
I'm on record with that. I'm a pet guy. I had a fish once that died, and that was the last pet I ever owned, and probably will ever own.
KG, somebody, the president of Special Projects says, wow, he really is from Jeffco, isn't he? And I don't even know what that means.
What's going on?
Yeah, I am. 052 raised, and now 109.
I think Martin needs some of Jackie's medicine. Been hopping from story to story. Knock it off.
Need some Advil?
Knock it off. That's from the Oakville O-Face, but he's not registered. How come he's not registered with his name?
Oakville O-Face?
He must have
Oakville-
missed that first week of the month.
Yeah, I'll make special exceptions for some folks. Like if it was a mistake on my end and they asked and I didn't get to it, then I will fix it. If not, though, you'll have to wait till April 1st through the whenever.
Who's the salty dude in Tim's spot? He looks excited.
Salty.
Salty.
I don't think you look salty, Kurt.
Thank you. I don't feel salty.
Turtle shell glasses, looking like $1 million.
Is the Pale upset the Longhorns are out?
No.
Why would you care? Because the SEC pride?
Oh, I'm not. But I've been on record saying I don't like the SEC needlepoint belts and like the conference pride stuff. I think is kind of silly. Although Texas's uniforms last night were outstanding.
You think you could get a Xavier needlepoint belt?
No, I do like that Xavier logo, just an X. It's pretty sharp. Musketeer is a good mascot.
I've been there. They have a nice on-campus arena.
Is it like downtown Cincinnati?
No,
or
it's,
is it
well, I mean, the campus itself is just a little outside of downtown, but the arena is right in the middle of their campus.
Really? That's cool. I do like that. Is it like a walkable campus?
From what I could tell,
Yeah.
walkable. Spring 2025 started at 4:01 a.m. I expect all music to reflect this fact. You're being
Spring
bossed
started?
around.
Spring is sprung? I'm happy to do it. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, I thought it started on the 21st.
Apparently not this year.
According to the text line, SIUE has the smallest, if you want to jump around on topics, this is the perfect vehicle, the text line. SIUE has the smallest athletic budget of all teams in NCAA basketball tourney. I guess they mean history?
Probably this year.
History, I mean by,
Yeah.
it would have to be ratioed.
That's maybe, I mean, it's probably pretty marginal in terms of like you saw Mount St. Mary's or Alabama State win. Probably not too much of a difference there, but yeah, probably the smallest budget. That makes sense.
Yeah, could be.
This is their first appearance in the tournament since turning D1 in 08.
Doug, if you get a chance to flip through the dossier, I did notice Jackson has a question about whether you can order Chinese food.
Nope, I took it off.
I saw it this morning.
No, but I removed it. I removed it before the show.
But it was there when you...
Yeah, it probably changed minutes before the show started.
All right, well, I take it back.
It's the fluid dossier
We have
for you.
solved one of life's great conundrums. All right, we're going to take a break here the morning after. It's 7:30 on this Thursday. NCAA opening round Thursday. Blues and Canucks tonight. Cardinals a week away from the home opener. What a great time. What'd you say, Jackson? It's just a great time to be alive.
It is. It is a wonderful time to be alive.
Get involved with the show. Text in. The Air Comfort Service text line is 399-9646. Phone line. KG is in a different seat, but he is willing to man the phone line. KG's mom. Call in. Defend yourself. 314-974-0101. That's the Callier Thompson phone line. This is TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. You know, Dennis Gates is a thoughtful guy. He was talking at his press conference yesterday, talking about the tournament. And then he said, it's not the same without Greg Gumbel. He gave a shout-out to Greg Gumbel.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah.
And then he gave a really long answer. Dickie Nutt, one of the assistant coaches.
Dealt with cancer.
And Coach Gates said they've been together a long time. And he said sometimes Coach Nutt would come into his office and say, hey, I want to go see my mom in Little Rock. And he said, you go. Get in the car and go.
Yep.
The eminently likable Dennis Gates. Yet somebody texted right out of the gate and said, why are we even talking Mizzou? The story is SIUE. They tip at 1 o'clock.
Hey,
we're all in.
We're all rooting for the Cougars. You know, they're certainly up against it. 16 against 1. Only 2 times has that happened before, but why not today?
No, I don't
why
see
not?
why not. I don't see why not.
Tim, call and get the show back on track. That's from the Jefferson Barracks Gigolo. Is there really a Jefferson Barracks Gigolo? That'd be a little weird.
Yeah, that'd probably be a
no,
creepy.
Because when it was open and housing thousands of soldiers, I'm sure a male gigolo was about the last thing they needed.
Right. Maybe it's on the bridge, the JV bridge. There's one.
Okay. Oh.
You know, just waiting for traffic to back up.
Yeah.
Knock on your window.
Oh.
Well, just think about it.
KG, I love you just the way you are. That's from Mr. Licks. How about that?
I've always been a huge Mr. Licks fan. I appreciate that.
Speaking of Dennis Gates, you see after the Florida loss, he wouldn't talk about, like, get into the weeds about Florida because he didn't want some non-conference team in the tournament to get a scouting report because he says coaches really listen to press conferences on how to scheme against. Yeah, he was getting a lot of love for that.
Somebody asked him about breaking down, like, what do you do to Drake to not succumb to their style? And he kind of paused and said, so what do we do to not, like, I think he was workshopping out loud. Why would I give you the exact breakdown
of what we're going to do to try to beat them?
There was the SNL skit where it was I think it was the first Gulf War, and they would have like the annoying CNN guy like, when will you drop the first bomb and where? And they're like, well, we're not going to get really specific. When will troops be, and where will they first go? There is this sort of a fine line between probing questions.
Right.
And then
stuff you want to give away and stuff you don't. That's why I think like coach speak, like, oh, you know, you just got to play hard, get every loose ball is kind of exactly what you say there, as opposed to maybe talking about switching up defenses or presses on them.
But it's pretty obvious what they have to do. Right, they got to stop Bennett Sturtz.
For sure.
Who scores 19 a game. He's their one big scorer. You hound him all over the floor, and you've probably stopped Duke if you can do that.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things, like
Drake
with their
tell yourselves at Duke, and then you'll be overly prepared.
Yes, aim small, miss small. With Drake. You know, they want to slow it down. They the fewest possessions per game in all of college basketball. So you know they're going to be taking shots really late into the shot clock. If you remember the Alabama game, Mizzou was doing a really good job of defending 26, 27, 28 seconds. And then those last 2 seconds, they would hit some great shot. So with Drake, you have to defend until you hear that shot clock buzzer go off. And then limit one possession, one shot per possession, and push the ball on the other end. That's how you do it.
Okay, now we're getting into word salad.
What? One shot per possession?
Yeah, everyone tries to do that.
Of course. But when they're going so late into the shot clock, it's a no-brainer.
I don't know anything about Houston. I know they're really strong.
Yeah.
What would SIUE have to do to have that 1 in 100 chance come true?
We have to limit their effectiveness.
Yeah. Go get
take care of the ball, Doug.
Right. They have to hit their free flows. Yeah, don't commit a lot of silly fouls. Play good defense with a good wide base, and limit Houston's effectiveness.
Get red hot from deep and force turnovers. And in the 16-1 seeds that has happened before, that's kind of the recipe. But even then, you have to have a lot of luck on your side. I mean, it's David Goliath stuff here.
I was surprised to learn Houston's never won a national championship. I know they were always good, and they got knocked off by Valvano and the 83 team. And then the next year, I think Georgetown got them with Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
So they were really good. The Phi Slamma Jamma, still one of the greatest nicknames.
Yeah.
Never won a national championship.
I thought I heard yesterday that they have the most Final Four appearances without a national championship.
That sounds right. They probably got about 5.
Yeah.
Notre Dame has never won a national championship. How many Final Fours, Doug, have the Fighting Irish gone to?
Final Fours. Well, I was at one here in St. Louis in '78.
That's it.
Is that the
That's
only
it.
Okay.
Kelly Tripucka might have been on that team.
Yeah, he was. He was a star.
1978, Notre Dame, the only Bama has never won a national championship, had never been to the Final Four till last year, but that doesn't surprise you, right? Bama's a football school.
Right.
Wimp Sanderson had those great sport coats. That's all they were known for. They weren't like great teams, but he had cool sport coats.
And Mizzou's never been to a Final Four.
Never been to a Final Four. Auburn and Bama have been, but have never won. Texas has never won an NCAA basketball title.
Do you know who has the most Final Four appearances of all time?
How about Kentucky?
They are second.
North Carolina?
That is the answer, with 21. 4 ahead of Kentucky. UCLA has 18.
The Illini have never won a national championship, but there's a caveat. Because the 1914 team...
1914?
They said...
We're going to count it.
There's a story about how the Hellman Institute or something went back and awarded them the belatedly.
Yeah, we'll count it.
We're going to count that?
Yeah. The Hellman Institute. You don't differ with the Hellman Institute.
I'm paraphrasing. It's something like that. They went back over time and figured out that actually Illinois won it in 1914. Jackson, are you taking questions?
Of course.
Jackson, will Caleb Grill have over 11 points tonight? That seems like a low bar.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. Is that really what his total is, or is that just somebody like taking an alternate?
It's Boozy asking you, Jackson, for your
11,
opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 threes in the layup, and then knock down free throw.
3 threes in the layup, Doug.
Knock down free throw.
I think that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Caleb Grill, and I'm curious to see how Drake defends him. But teams obviously run him off the three-point line, but he's good, and I wish he could do it, honestly, a little bit more at back cutting when they're overplaying him really hard. You know, they do a stagger screen. After that first screen, back cut, baby. You'll find him. A little bounce pass, 2 points. How are you now, Kurt?
How are you now, Kurt? I'm
great.
Yeah. Mizzou Elite Eights. How many Elite Eights, boys? No Final Fours. Knocking on the door. How many times?
3?
I think 1.
5.
5?
Okay.
1944, Doug, you covered that tournament.
Yeah.
Remember that? 1976, 1994, so not all that often.
Right.
32-year gap, followed by an 18-year gap.
And then 08.
2002 and 2009.
Yeah.
And then 2025.
Oh, I hope so. God, that's all I want.
I'm a true son transplant. Didn't go there.
Sure.
As a graduate, what would get the campus more fired up? A college football national championship or a college basketball national championship?
The former.
Football is king.
I mean, football in America is king. Here in the SEC, what that would do for the school would be just incredible. You know, not that like in the past 15 years, not a ton of different schools have won a championship. You know, there's a lot of decent amount of repeats. So yeah, that would do huge numbers.
The coaching tips are flying in fast and furious on this opening day of the NCAA tournament, unless you count the first 4. This is the opening day.
Yeah, this is like the real first day of madness, I would say.
Of madness. William Howard Tuff says SIUE needs to block out butt in the gut.
Yeah, absolutely.
Butt in the gut.
Yep.
And what do you yell when a big guy's down there against a little guy?
Mouse in the house.
That's it, right.
Yeah. We just got to identify.
Which will happen a lot against SIUE. They get a little bit of height. And then
Yeah.
I think for Mizzou Drake,
Yeah,
the Drake bench will be yelling,
Yeah.
mouse in the house.
Yeah, 6'8".
Or will Mizzou yell it to alert their offense, hey, you got a chance here?
Usually the offense would yell it to alert
Not
the
the
players.
defense.
No, the defense wants everyone not to know. Like, they don't want people to know that they're quietly yelling, switch, switch, switch. Yeah, no, the offense would yell it. And that's attacking the paint. Because you attack the paint early, they have to collapse the defense in a little bit. That's when Caleb Grill gets hot. Comes in off the bench.
Hopefully.
And that's when you get hot.
By the way, Jackson's answers are not legally binding. Boozy just said, thanks, Jackson, putting a mortgage payment on it.
Yeah, it says
11 or over for Caleb Grill.
Hometown, he's playing back in Wichita.
That shouldn't be a factor.
No, but it's a cute little note.
Okay. I like
It's a cute little note. Jackson Burkett, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, and KG. Kurt, did we say your full name?
Sure.
Did I dox you on the air?
No, I think everybody knows.
Okay, KG. At the controls, Tim McKernan on his way to Wichita, which apparently was snowing yesterday. Mizzou tips at 6:35 tonight. SIUE at 1. Blues, 6:30 start, a little bit early. Doug's got it on, he's got a pregame show probably on the Matrix.
I haven't got any of that.
A little bit later tonight. Blues and Canucks, third meeting this year. They've split the first 2. Currently tied. Coach Monty wants the building rocking. And then Coach Gates, how about on preparing for an NCAA tournament, specifically Doug, it's contrasting styles.
Sure is.
One team wants to run up and down the floor, score 90, give up 88. The other team wants to score, I don't know, about 62.
Well, our team is studying the film, no different than Drake is studying the film on us. I think when everybody looks at it on paper, it's a contrast of styles, but ultimately it's still games that need to be played. The ball is still round, the rims are still 10 feet high, and we both, meaning both programs, will have to adjust to the whistle and obviously try to figure out situationals that come up. And the best team is going to win, and unfortunately, we both can play well on the same night, but somebody will go home.
Well, Norman Dale there.
I was just going to say, channeling his inner Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
I was as thorough as he is with all of his answers, I'm surprised he didn't say, of course, our thoughts are with Gene Hackman's family. He kind of includes there's something hypnotic about his voice.
Yeah.
Isn't there?
Yeah.
It's like, is that staccato, whatever that style is? Yeah. The way he speaks?
He doesn't hesitate. He never says or well. It's just right there.
Good communicator.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Martin could Hanley come in and take over the third seat.
Oh, mean-spirited.
Fill out those brackets right now. Everybody give me $10. Just put this little jar over here. There'll be a payout when the tournament's over or sometime thereafter. Text line. All of those who want to get involved via the text, it's 9. No, it's not. 399-9646. 399-9646. There's a glare on the board. I can see it.
Yeah, there is.
There's quite the glare.
314-399-9646.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Is Pestis still on hold? I'm sure he has things to do, but Pestis, who helped us kick off the week early, Pestis usually has a checklist of things he wants to get through.
Yes, I do have a checklist this morning, gentlemen.
Okay, what would that start with?
The first thing is Drake's going down.
Yeah, I think so.
And down.
Definitive.
Drake is going down. M-I-Z.
Z-O-U.
Okay, second thing.
Okay.
Coach Drake here.
Jackson.
Yes, sir.
I know you come up with the crazy music for certain events and everything.
That's right.
I have one for Drake to listen to this morning.
Oh, Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar?
No, it's called Look Away.
Look Away. Who sings that little tune?
Look Away, Dixieland.
Yeah, if you listen to it, it tells you certain events when you must turn your head and look into another direction.
Okay. All right.
And the other thing this morning, Blues will put the Canuck in a bunch of bull this morning.
Put him in a bunch of bull.
I was going to say, be careful there.
Yeah. Yeah, so it'd be a good night
other
for
than
us.
that,
Right?
Jackson, if you need somebody there tomorrow morning to help you put those Drake people into a somber sleep, I will be more than happy to come up and join you.
All right, we'll keep your phone nearby. That's what I'll say. All right, Pestis, keep your phone nearby.
So he's got Mizzou dusting off Drake. Didn't want to hear any nonsense. Wants us to play a song.
Yep.
And then the Canucks are getting put into a bowl.
Yeah, a bowl.
He was right about the snow.
Not a bowl, a bunch of bull.
Bunch of bull. You were correct. KG was about to point out, you said it was going to be snowing and flurrying, and we kind of went, oh, this guy is nuts.
Hey, don't doubt Grandma Johan.
Oh, that's true.
Clip that off.
He's a wise old gal.
Hey, like I told you when I first said it, Grandma Johan predicted 28 days of snow.
Mm-hmm.
Considering snow flurries and everything in the count. This morning was the 28th day.
Really? We had 28 days of snowfall this morning?
We're done.
Yep. From the 28th of December until now, that's 28 days of snow. We should be officially done for the year. And if not, I'll talk to Grandma Johan.
Okay, yeah, straighten her out, please.
Pestis, are you going to be watching Jackson's live stream tonight?
I can't watch it because I'm blind.
Sure, listen.
Trick question.
I will be listening to the Mizzou game on the on my Alexa device, and I will also be listening to the Blues on my TV because I love the Blues TV announcer better than the radio.
Oh, excuse me. That's a little awkward for us.
The Blues Radio Network.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
But that's what I'm planning for today.
Okay.
And it's going to be a great day for Mizzou.
All right, I like the optimism there. And then Pestis has the Cardinals winning 95 games. All things are looking up. Thank you, Pestis.
Give our best to Grandma Johan.
Cut him off before he
No, okay.
The tax ain't more of our contractually obligated.
And final
Friends.
thing, that Vitale kid. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You can call in just like Pestis did. That was enlightening.
Yeah. We always love a Pestis call. And he was right about the snow. But to be fair, I haven't seen any snow.
A flurry or two. No?
Yeah. You guys sure you're not just seeing things?
No,
there was some precipitation on my car, but it was it hadn't yet frozen.
Right.
It was cold, though, this morning.
I would have guessed we've had maybe 5 or 6 days of snow.
Really?
Not 28.
But are we counting snow as like any day flurries come down out of the sky?
I guess you'd have to.
Right.
He's full of bleep. We didn't have 28 days of snow.
Maybe he's counting the days that the snow lingered.
Yeah, stays on the ground, but that doesn't really, that feels a little hollow.
So if it snows a foot and it's there for 3 weeks, is that 3 weeks of snow?
Well, yeah, I was going to say that I feel like the month of February, there was snow on the ground like the entire time.
Yeah, there was. I guess.
How is Clorox not sponsored these Pestis phone calls yet? And it's all caps. I was supposed to scream. I always fear that Tim knocks Casey off the air when he screams.
Right.
So I didn't want to.
Right. The reverb.
That to our friends down the row here, Radio Row. Is Grandma Johan taken? Someone needs to take it.
Bachelor baseball? I wonder the name taken.
I wonder if she'd like to go to the Cardinal game.
Oh, I thought the same thing. Like somebody wanted to date Grandma.
That's what yeah. Okay, so the name, yes. Well, wait till April 1st.
Knowing our audience, it would be Grandma Johan Santana. They would add to
absolutely.
it. Kind of like a Wheel of the Fortune puzzle.
What's the Neil Allen Craig Paquette?
Yes. Yes, you got to.
Word name mashup. Allison Brie Larson. Think about that one, Chairman.
That was a good one.
I don't want to think about that.
There's Dennis Gates right in the 2-5.
I like that hoodie.
That's a good hoodie. Bad radio here to be talking about something
Yes,
nobody can see.
Channel 2 sportscast from last night.
Oh, it's a pretty good one, though. Sure, Doug. Don't be hating on it. All right, quick break here. It is the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen Talking Blues. Bernie Federko at 8:15. Terry Crouppen in the house. And then Rich Gould, fresh off the Bridgeton Storms, joining us here on the morning after. TMA, we like to call it, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Big game tonight for your St. Louis Blues. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN when they take on the Canucks. Pre-game at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Everyone grab your sombreros, don't forget the mayo. We put the stuff on everything, our burgers and our fries, and don't forget your chicken wings. And the sandwiches are nice, they're better with the mayo.
Real spring tune here.
So you're adhering to the texture that says play spring songs.
Burritos, Totitos, Doritos, and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the Senoritos, Flamingos.
So you probably put a mic in front of the person singing, right?
Yeah. Tacos from Pacos with Panchos, Nachos.
Did Pestis request a song? We just ignoring that.
I'll play it later.
Pretending that call didn't happen like a lot of the textures would wish.
I immediately forgot what song he suggested.
Look away.
Look away.
I believe maybe Chicago.
I don't know.
Is he talking about the band?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never heard the tune. Much like Doug, I'm poor lyrically.
Yeah.
Holler at me when you're done talking about college basketball.
Okay, stop
thanks.
it.
That's from Who's Your Daddy.
We're not going to holler at you.
It's a tough day to not be a fan of college basketball. A lot of people are texting about Dwake, D-W-A-K.
Yeah.
Have they changed their name officially?
I don't think yet, but
to Dwake?
They should.
Mizzou and Dwake is a contrast of styles, like a hamster and a gerbil. Think about it, Doug.
Here's a guy on the first full day of the NCAA tournament is complaining that we're talking about basketball. Seriously.
That's silly. I mean,
Blues and Canucks, you can listen on the TV or the radio. It's coming up tonight. 6:30 is the puck drop. It's a little earlier start. And Bernie Federko breaking it down with us, 8:15.
Benner going to be in goal tonight, you think?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. That was the plan. That's why they had the Hofer vehicle the other night.
Yeah.
Trip to Nashville, Benner and net. Blues kicking off 4 straight at home. Crunch time this time of year for the season. They are 10-2-2 over the last 14 games. Somebody laughed at my math quiz earlier because I said to Doug, over the last 13 games, how many goals have they scored? And Doug said, I don't know, 3 or 4. And he said, no, let's say 4 a game. And then you said like 40-something. Mm-hmm. And they pointed out if Doug had actually done his own math and done 4 a game times 13 is 52.
Oh.
Fun with math.
Yeah, because didn't they have a seven piece?
Yeah.
They had a couple.
Well, they're not all the same. Sometimes you score 3.
No
score
doubt.
4.
That's the fun of averages.
People wanting to hear from Tim. Here you go, Tim. It's almost as if he's here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, we weren't ready.
What did Jackson say? To throw to it.
He said throw to it, and now here we are throwing to it.
Well, he's talking about the sponsor of the YouTube chat, of course. That's Michelob Ultra.
Okay. Hey, this is Tim McKernan, and I am happy to tell you that Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat on TMA. Always active, always great to see the interaction amongst the listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the YouTube channel and interact in the YouTube chat. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, superior light beer brewed for those who understand that it's only worth it if you enjoy it. Containing only 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra, it's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra is the official sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat.
There it is. Tim McKernan checking in on the show while his family is on the way to see Dwake.
How many times do you stop on a road trip that long?
How many kids are in the car? And it's a ratio.
He's
only got 1 with him today.
Right. Let's say 2. Let's say it's a 2-piece.
It's a 7-hour drive.
Most cars could make it to about Kansas City before you have to get
gas. Right. So we're thinking at least 1 stop for gas.
I think this is a 2-stop.
Yeah.
I'm putting the over-under at 2.
Yeah.
Because you're getting tired driving through Kansas before you get to Wichita.
How long do you think you're driving through Kansas? 3 hours?
At least.
Yeah. God,
I'd say,
That's a little more than that, I would say.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe 4.
That's brutal.
I drove to Denver.
Driving through Kansas is no fun.
Beautiful state.
No, I drove to Denver in that Kansas drive. You finally see the Rocky Mountains, and then you still got a little more left in Kansas.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I noticed once I was doing about 95 in a minivan. and I looked around. There were There were no cars in front of me, behind me, no homes, nothing. I could look in 360 degrees, and there was not one other human being within my vision.
It's like the apocalypse.
Yeah, a planet with, 7 billion people. I was the only one right there.
I had a buddy ask me, they're like, not much goes on in the Midwest. I was like, well, I mean, Chicago's like the 3rd biggest city in America. And he goes, no, I was talking about from like North Dakota down to Oklahoma. I was like, yeah, not much
They just grow your food, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, and shout out to the farmers. But in terms of when you look around, not a lot of dense populations or a lot of even structures.
Big cities, no.
The first time I realized that all college teams might be paying players, I drove past Manhattan, Kansas, and I said, they have to be paying players. They have. I know it's the Little Apple. Malcolm Briggs went to K-State. Glenn Zimmerman. Great photographer, Dave Sharp. Bruce Weber coached there, but I'm pretty sure.
Michael Beasley.
Pretty sure it's the middle of nowhere.
It would have to be a pretty tough recruiting cell.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Before it was legal, if I were K-State, I would call the NCAA. Yeah, we're going to need a little special allotment here because we're trying to get kids to come to K-State in the middle of nowhere.
Is that better than Stillwater, Oklahoma, where
I've never been.
I've not been there.
Okay.
Friend of the show, Matt Holiday, I think lives near Stillwater.
Heard not great. Heard it's not great.
Not great?
Heard it's not great.
Iowa State is I forgot the city.
Ames is kind of cool.
I made that trip for a football game once.
Oh, was not bad, right?
I was with my dad, and I didn't really go out or explore much, but yeah, it's so much better being in the SEC. I'd much rather go Tuscaloosa.
Iowa State used to be a doormat and everything, and now they're really good in both football and basketball.
3 seed. TJ Otzelberger?
Otzelberger, yeah, Milwaukee guy, I want to say.
Yeah.
A lot of great young coaches out there. There's a new wave of Krzyzewski and Roy and all those guys.
Yeah, Boeheim, Larinaga, Tony Bennett, Jay Wright, all those guys have Krzyzewski, obviously.
Are these new guys Italian for the rigatoni?
No.
Dennis Gateso.
No, not many.
Well, that's disappointing.
I'm trying to think.
Baroni,
Richard Pitino.
Oh, yeah.
But how did he get into coaching?
You never know.
Yeah, what a great job that is.
Oh, yeah.
To be a basketball coach for, 6-7 months a year?
Yeah.
And make millions of dollars?
Marquette tomorrow, Martin, or today?
Marquette tomorrow evening in Cleveland, just as Joe Lunardi predicted Mizzou would be, Doug. He had bracketology, had him going to Cleveland.
Up against Pitino.
So I called all my Mizzou buddies, hey, can I have your hotel rooms from Cleveland?
That's a good plan.
Since you're not going where Lunardi had you a long time ago. Text in, we got a big Blues night, Mizzou, SIUE. I'd actually like to know from the Mizzou fans, do it's not just the hope-o-meter, but like a predict-o-meter. We like those Bradley Doolittle. Doug likes when the guy makes a list based on his entirely made-up metric.
Right. I don't care for it, really.
I would like to know people's
confidence level.
Yeah, a little confidence level.
I'd also like to know what.
I'm pretty high. I'm pretty confident. I tend to be kind of pessimistic historically.
Sure.
I think they'll take care of it to Wake. I hope Drake plays well. I love the Valley. I'd love to see a great game. Jackson is going to be live streaming on the YouTube channel.
TMA-STL. Yeah.
TMA-STL. Do you do a pregame, a postgame, or is it just right at tip?
No, I'll probably pop on. I mean, I'll gauge how long it's going to be till tip, because as you mentioned yesterday, it sometimes tips off a little bit later than
Although looking at that bracket, the Georgia-Gonzaga game is 3:30, so it's a 3-hour.
Yeah, you get a 3-hour.
So it must be a little bit of a break there. So I think you're good with 6:35.
Yeah, well, they have to take a break because it's probably the session tickets, 2 different sessions.
But they don't give them a lot of time to kick them out of the building.
No. Well, usually it's like 45 minutes it takes, because for the SEC tournament, at least that's what it was. But I'll probably hop on there 10 minutes before tip. And I'll maybe hang it depending on what happens.
Is there running commentary, or is it just you visually reacting?
I'm talking a lot. I mean, I talk a lot during games. Like it's even if I'm by myself, which is kind of crazy. But I do talk to myself.
Now, what if someone were to offer you front row tickets and free food at the Blues game tonight? You'd cancel this Mizzou watch. Right?
There's nothing that would keep me from watching the Mizzou game tonight.
For heaven's sakes.
Absolutely nothing.
Did you land a sponsor for that thing yet?
I'm in talks.
In talks?
I'm in talks, yeah. Just tune in tonight.
Okay.
Guys, my sister went to K-State. She told me they used to bring the recruits in at night after the sun went down, so they couldn't see how desolate the state was getting into Manhattan.
That could be.
I
Probably
think
could play.
Derek Chivas told a story. He came from New York, and he's being recruited by Mizzou. And Rich Daly took him to dinner, and they're having a great time driving around. And he realized they were in St. Louis. And Rich Daly's
really?
showing them all around town, and they're having a big meal. And this is back when St. Louis downtown, Doug, was kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
And he said, then they got in the car, and he goes, where are we going? He goes, we got to drive down to Columbia. So the Rich Daly's move was to kind of wine and dine him in St. Louis. And then eventually say, no, this is not the campus. Just kind of a remote.
There are some nice restaurants in Columbia now.
Oh, yeah. And I think Columbia is, when you see those lists of like up and coming towns, it always gets listed.
It always gets rated as a good place to retire.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think you can get a lot of land, for
inexpensive, and they got the college there to provide some entertainment.
2 hours from 2 major cities.
Yeah.
I love Columbia. That's a great college town.
You going to retire there?
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay.
Columbia's great.
You can always go to a game.
I love it. I love it. It's really, it still feels like home when you go there.
Mizzou by 15, easily cover. Public is on Drake.
Public is big time on Drake. That line has stayed steady at 6.5. Meaning not a lot of money's coming on Drake.
Tigers by 10, no sweat. Enjoy the day, Jackie boy. We've made it to the dance. There's some positivity.
In the dance, yeah. But you got to go out there and execute. I think the first 5 minutes, and you can say this about any college basketball game ever, but I think especially for Missouri, setting that tone early is such a key.
Jackie B, what's the snick snack sitch look like tonight?
I'll eat dinner beforehand. I probably won't do any snacking.
Too nervous?
Snacks.
Yeah, you strike me as the type that wouldn't be eating during a big game.
No,
Plus you're live streaming. You don't want to see like
crunching.
cheese on your face.
No. I'll be hydrating plenty, like water, but
no booze during the game? You're not a big booze guy. We shared a house down in Florida, and you got like a 6-pack on a Sunday, and it was like, a beer here, a beer there. I'm like, that looks like breakfast.
I know, but it's like we wake up early, and I like drinking beer. Well, shout out to our friends at Michelob Ultra. Really enjoy that. It's a great
Shout out to beer.
It's a great golf. It's a great golf course beverage. But and anytime you're outside and doing anything, Michelob Ultra. But weekday beers aren't for me. Usually.
Are you beholden to big hops?
Big hops, yeah. Big lager. Yeah, okay. I'd say so. But yeah, I maybe like Red Auerbach if they're doing well. About six minutes left. I'll pop one open.
Yeah, once they've got it salted away.
Yeah, light a cigar.
Okay.
Smoke alarm
Maybe
goes
that's
off.
what you ought to do tonight. Light a cigar when you think it's over.
No, I can't smoke
Your
inside my
landlord will
apartment.
love that.
Yeah, I can't smoke inside my apartment.
Yeah, next thing on there, they're kicking out.
Just go in the bathroom, turn the fan on.
That's how Iggy got run out of his place.
There's a subtle, and then there's direct.
That's correct. I was trying not to name names. The great thing about the text line, they tend to be historians for this show. The Brown and Crouppen, morning after. Snow days so far this season, a trace or more. November 1, December 1, January 7th, February 8th, March 7th. A total of 20. This is the official readings for the STL because Grandma Johan Santana said that there were 28. And then the Pestis call led to a lot of people had suggestions for what he should do the rest of the day. It's very active on the text line. Let's break. We'll be on time. We've got the Hall of Famer Bernie Federko talking Blues, hockey, Blues, and Canucks tonight, 6:30 start. Pre-game right here on the flagship is at 5:30. It is TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. 8 o'clock hour, the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, TMA, the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, Martin, Jackson, Doug, KG, all here on this Thursday. Tim en route to watch his Missouri Tigers in the NCAA tournament. They tip at 6:35, taking on the 11 seed Dwake. But we got Blues hockey tonight. It's a big one, and it was fun hearing Monty talk about it yesterday, that he knows this town is buzzing, looking for an electric building tonight. And we've got the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko, to talk about it. Bernie, you've been around the hockey, the game of hockey your whole life, but it's got to be a little fun when the game has this kind of meaning, when it's against a team that you're contending with. Or give us your level of excitement, number 24.
Absolutely, Martin. This is what hockey's all about right now, and especially when you get a chance to control your own destiny. You're playing against a team that could beat you out for the last spot, and you've got a chance to control that, and especially here at home. And the way they played over the course of the last about 3 weeks, the fans are excited. I know the guys are excited each and every night to get out there. Just watching them, you can see how excited they are. So I'm excited to watch tonight as well.
I said on TV last night, we're all wondering, well, how did this turn around? When did it happen? You know what? Who cares, right? I mean, even as a fan or as a team, like, it doesn't really matter what clicked. The fact that it's happening is all that matters.
Yeah, it's funny how that happens. I mean, and I don't think anybody can really understand or has one thing that they can point at. But, I mean, I don't know either they all got together over that break and had something to drink or eat or whatever. I don't know. But since that has happened, they've been they're doing all the little things as Monty keeps talking about. I mean, defensively, they've been really solid. I mean, their forecheck. I've never seen them play all season long with the excitement and I guess the desire. Their compete level is really so much higher than it was for the most of the year. I mean, when you see the competitiveness they have when they go into every shift, I mean, they're winning the one-on-one battles. They're going to the front of the net. They're finishing their checks. They're doing all the little things we talk about to be successful, and consequently, because of it, they have been very successful.
I imagine as a player, when you get on a roll like this, you can't wait to get to the rink, can't wait to play again, and the injuries don't hurt quite as much. Is that the way it works at that level?
Yeah, Doug, and I think what happens, too, is that when you're playing an awful lot, I mean, there's really no practice time now, and I think when you get on a roll and you're going to the rink, you're playing the game, and the game is where the excitement is. I mean, practice is always overrated, in my opinion. Yeah, you work on things and you have to practice to get better. But when you get on a roll and when you have a schedule like this right now, when you're feeling confident, you're winning games, you just can hardly wait to get to the rink because you're playing in the games, you get the competition, and then you get the day off the next day. You don't even have to skate. You don't have any in the morning skate, and then you're back playing the games all the time. So I think that's really always been the fun. I mean, I always liked playoff hockey the same way because you were playing every other night basically, and you didn't really have time for practice, so you were just geared for one thing and getting the excitement of the game, because that's where most of the excitement is. So I think that everybody you could just see is really about excited about getting in the game.
When a team fires a coach, brings in the new coach, we always talk about the bump, and there does seem to be, they always win that first game, maybe a couple more after that. Ironically, Berube, it didn't happen immediately. I'm wondering with Jim Montgomery, do you think it takes a while for things within the room to kind of take hold? Is there something to that after a while, like kind of he gets his fingerprints on it, but you can't do it right away?
Well, I think it comes and goes. I mean, yeah, as you said, I mean, you always get that really bump really quickly, and then hey, the team is the team. I mean, you change the coach, you're going to still have the problems maybe that you had before that caused the coach to get fired. But I mean, it does take a while to maybe change a system or for everybody to be comfortable with together. And sometimes it takes the chemistry of the team just longer than what you had from the beginning of the season. So whatever it is right now, I mean, they're doing. I think the system of hockey is basically the same. I mean, you either forecheck with one guy or two guys when you're ahead. You know, you're a little more cautious. When you're behind, you take more chances. You get more aggressive. So I think that everybody's style is the same. But I think who executes is the best is the team that wins. And right now they're executing all the little things, and the game plan is the same for every team. But I think the Blues, the way they're executing right now, they're executing with more excitement and with more power, and they're winning the games because of it.
And they've been playing stress-free games where they get that lead early. It feels like early in the year we just talked about how they were always, quote, chasing the game. You're always down 1-0, 2-0 early. The difference in this stretch feels like they're always kind of in the lead and especially lately just commanding wins, where the stress factor has been way lower than you typically think of games this time of year that matter.
I would agree with that. I mean, yes, they to get a lead early really takes a lot of the stress off you. And the one thing that they're doing so well is, I mean, the special teams have been better. I mean, you're scoring on the power play. I mean, you go into a building, and you always say that when you go on the road, especially, you're going to get checked. The other coach has the last change, and they're going to get the matchups that you want. So your best players are going to be really checked for the most part for the entire game. Well, when you can score in the power play, that's how you change things right away, because now all of a sudden you've got that extra man. There's no line change. There's no line matching, and you're scoring, and the Blues, are scoring on the power play. When you get a big power play goal the other night to start the game, and then they kind of take control over that. So, things are clicking right now, and let's hope that the funny part about it is that, I mean, they've got 9-2-2 since the break. They still have 13 games still left now. So it's almost, you might have to go 9-2-2 again to get to 95 points. Now, where it's going to be, I don't know. I think it's probably going to be less than that. But Mini won again last night. I mean, who would have thought Calgary was going to win in New York? Vancouver wins, beats Winnipeg at home. So there's a lot of really, I guess, stressful games left. So you're on a roll now. You got to keep it going.
When you were the captain, did you talk to the players as a group before a game like this? Is that a thing where the captain will speak to people?
Not really, Doug. I mean, if there's something to be said, you know what, there's always going to be vocal guys in the locker room. And you know what? I mean, I was a pretty vocal guy, so I probably did say things. But there's some captains, I mean, like Steve Yzerman when he was captain in Detroit when I was there. I mean, Steve is a quiet guy. He doesn't really say that much. I mean, but it's really leading by example. So it's that first shift or the first time that you're on the ice. So I think every captain has a little different way of doing things. I mean, I think Braden, I don't know how vocal he is. Probably, to me, he sounds like he's probably a pretty vocal guy as well. But I mean, it's what he does on the ice, how he leads, with that first shift. I mean, even that first shift, the night the honor, he scores 40-some seconds into the game. So it's little things like that. So, you know what, there's the guys that are vocal are still going to be the same guys, whether they're the captain or not.
And if you get in, Doug always says, you get in, you just get hot. Anything can happen. But I would think if it is Winnipeg, they're the top seed. If the Blues get the 8th seed, if you do get in, it's not that you're playing with house money, but there is sort of a relaxed feel, and Winnipeg is maybe historically not gotten over the hump. Do you think that would put all the pressure on a team like the Jets? Like, if the Blues do happen to get in, do you think they would be free and easy, or are you always kind of stressed once you get into a playoff situation?
I think in that situation, you're probably more free and easy, but you're always going to be, it's still a stressful situation because you want to win. But I think you can actually play with a lot more ease when you're the underdog. And I think that we've said it all along, guys, over the course of since 2019, when you got Jordan Binnington in goal, no one wants to play against the Blues. I mean, you go back to that series against Colorado a few years ago. Binnington doesn't get hurt. Who knows what happens in that series? So the Blues, I think that when you look at, because of Binnington and because of what even happened at the Four Nations now, I don't think there's any team that really is cheering for the Blues to get in right now, because I don't think Winnipeg wants to play them. I don't think Dallas or Colorado. I mean, this is a team right now that's peaking at the right time. So this is going to be really interesting down the stretch. And if they do get a playoff spot, I think they're going to steer some people.
Bernie, have you filled out your brackets? Do we have a Final Four from Bernie? Do hockey players fill out brackets? They get into everything else. They do fantasy football, and a lot of the Canadian guys get into American. I'm guessing this one maybe not.
You know what? I don't know, but you know what? I think they probably do, because I mean everybody's is sports fans now. I mean, if I get into a bracket, which I get into a bracket, I just fill it out. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Like the rest of us.
I know. I'm just donating money and seeing if I get lucky or not. But I would have said that they always have a Masters pool.
Yeah.
They do all this stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have one. I didn't ask about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have.
I've got Foam Lake going to the Elite Eight. I've got Foam Lake making a run. You know, they've got a Dow now, the Jobu, like the whole thing from Major League. Do players, and sometimes it's superstition, but I would think a lot of it is too. The season's long. You get a little bored, right? You got to kind of come up with some fun or some gimmicks along the way.
Absolutely, and that's what's fun. It's the Foam Lake Panthers. Just in case the Panthers. Yes, yes.
All right.
Foam Lake.
Well, I would think if the Canadian guys are going to fill out a bracket, I'd hit them with a 20% tariff. I would.
Oh, there you go. The ugly American.
Then we're going to go back to 50%.
Oh, gosh.
Now you just raised.
Okay.
You want
There goes
syrup on
inflation.
those pancakes, Vaughn, or not?
What's that?
Well, Bernie, have a great time tonight. Enterprise Center, 6:30 start for those heading down. Remember, it is a 6:30 start. Blues and Canucks, third meeting this year. They split the first two, currently tied in that playoff chase. Bernie, thanks for checking in.
Dallas, always a pleasure. You guys have a great day.
All right, Bernie.
Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko with us. The Foam Lake Panthers. I would not have guessed that.
Some breaking news, Martin.
Oh no. My. Whoa.
This is according to Jeff Goodman of the Field of
So it's
68.
basketball related. It's college basketball related. Ben McCollum's taking the Iowa job.
Nope. Texas is expected to make it official soon that it is making a move with Rodney Terry and will be looking for a new head coach, sources told.
Well, that happened quick. He was in the NCAA tournament last night.
Yeah. And it's funny, Jeff Goodman kind of throws it out there, theorizes, because Texas was looking at Sean Miller a few years ago, maybe after seeing that game last night.
They got their next head coach right across.
Would Sean Miller be interested in leaving Cincinnati?
Oh, man. If you're Sean Miller, too, you've been to Arizona. You've done kind of the big school thing.
Probably would.
Xavier's where he had been before. You're probably comfortable.
Yeah, Will Wade's kind of like weirdly like the similarities. You know, you go LSU, smaller school like McNeese. Obviously, Xavier's a lot bigger than McNeese, but then back to Power 5.
Do you think Will Wade's agent calls and says, we're going to need a strong-ass offer? Wow, Rodney Terry bounced just like that. He was only there a couple of years. He replaced Chris Beard when he got bounced. Is there a coach that hasn't been in disgrace? Raise your hand if your coach has not
Shaka
been.
left on his own.
Left. I think they were probably about to get him, and he's like, forget it. I'm not.
Rick Barnes left there on a good note, wasn't he?
I think when you get out of there.
Was he there when he was the coach when Kevin Durant and them were there?
TJ Ford.
Yeah, TJ Ford.
They did get to that Final Four, 2003.
That's right.
That was the Roy Williams. I know they're in your ear right now, Bonnie, telling you to ask me that question. Do you know that story? Everybody knew Roy was going to North Carolina because he was going to replace, was it Bill Guthridge, Doug, that replaced
I
Dean?
think so, or Matt Doherty, one of those.
Oh, that's right. And so everybody knew Roy was going to North Carolina, but now they're in the Final Four.
Right.
And I guess it's when they lost the championship game. So Syracuse?
Yeah, that would have been the Mellow year, right?
And Bonnie Bernstein's doing the losing coach interview, and said, I need to ask you about. He said, you think I'm talking about that with these kids in there crying their eyes out? He said, I know somebody in your ear told you to ask that. Oh, you got to find it. It's a famous, awkward.
He cried a lot himself.
He did cry a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A lot of people cry about their tax situation.
Oh, there it is.
You wouldn't have to because you call Mark Milton and he gets you taken care of. This is a guy who received the Department of Justice Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So he knows the tax law forward and backward. He can protect you from that godforsaken tax man. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, or worse, you're facing an IRS criminal investigation. This is serious stuff. You got major legal problems. That's when you contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark is right here in St. Louis, ready and able to take on the IRS. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. If you have IRS problems, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. And remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
And a reminder, Cam Jansen in the house tomorrow. Cam Jansen from your St. Louis Blues. A lot of radio calls for Cam, too. He's really settled in, does a good job. Fun to hear him in curves. Well, of course, love Joey, but when he's not there,
right.
Great to hear Cam on the call, and Cam will be here.
We'll have Joey on tomorrow as well. Oh, wow. Joey Vitale tomorrow. You'll hear from Robert Thomas tomorrow following the big game against the Canucks. And then we will have Gabe DeArmond on the heels of Missouri's game, win or lose, obviously, tomorrow, on top of Cam Jansen being in the building. So.
Big Friday show lined up, TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen. You also have that Design Air email of the day. The show always closes out with the Design Air
about 10:50
email of the day. In fact, Design Air is the longest-running TMA sponsor. In spite of that, you should support them. Yeah, support the sponsors. Fourth-generation St. Louis business, so for all your heating and cooling needs, it's possible this week. You flip the air conditioner on, and now you've got the heat on. You're going back and forth, back and forth. Make sure it is tuned up properly before you kick into the summer season. Set up that appointment online at designairservice.com. One thing we can tell you with certainty, when Design Air comes out there to do some service or some maintenance, they will never upsell you. That's added stress that you don't need. When the furnace isn't working or the air doesn't kick in, you want somebody to come out, get things fixed without trying to sell you something. They work with their staff to make sure that doesn't happen. DesignairService.com. We love hearing the success stories from our listeners who have worked with Seth and his team since 1904. That's how long they have been around. Again, set up the appointment online at DesignairService.com. It is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This one's for Pestis.
Oh, this is it?
Not bad little tune here.
No, it's fine tune.
Texter said, do you want to taste it? Should be the Blues rally song going into this stretch and hopefully into the playoffs. Not familiar. Update, KG's mom will not be calling in. Is that correct?
That's right. She texted me, said, not a chance in hell
You
I'm calling
assassinated her character earlier in the show. Said she force-fed you McDonald's as a kid.
Just to get the Beanie Baby.
Yep.
Did she turn that into a nice profit?
No, if I'm not mistaken, they're still tucked away in a closet somewhere, so I chunked up for nothing.
Yeah.
Chunked up for nothing. Guys, Rick Barnes was fired. Texas needs to move on from the interim coach. Jay Wright will be the Horns coach. Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
he seems pretty settled in TV and money.
Yeah,
and
there's been a bunch of big jobs open up that people are like, well, maybe Jay Wright. I think at this point.
And if you go to Texas, you're always second fiddle. It's like, it's basketball. Yeah, okay. When's spring ball?
Right.
When do we get a third quarterback yet?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's right. We also have a basketball team.
I don't think any of the older guard coaches will be coming out of retirement. I think they'll all shut it down.
Texas could probably throw a lot of money at the right coach.
I mean, 100%. But I think Jay Wright's had a ton of money thrown at him before.
That was from Kevin at the Lake. Do you guys ever have a weekly interview with someone from City? If so, when? I would like to catch it. Thanks. We actually talked about Indy Vasilev, who's a great talker, fun guy, and then they up and traded him. The Doggies this week, Doug, will take on their former coach, Bradley Carnell, now in Philadelphia with the Union. It's a road game this weekend.
Well, who's to say we can't get another shutout?
Keep that sheet clean.
Roman Berkey is out for a month.
I know.
Broken bone in his hand.
Yeah, it's brutal. We do have friend of the show, and
he really seems shook up by that. Yeah, it's brutal. Anyway, it's brutal. Moving on. That's what it sounded like.
I apologize. Joey Zanaboni, who's on the call for the Doggies on the radio, he called some hockey last night. If you'd like to hear a goal call from him,
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd love to. Yeah, gosh.
Great battle of a couple of Michigan teams. Here comes Karskadian, driving back through Burkhardt. Push the blue line. Wabenga. Pocket picked. Here they go. Jack Myers gets it back from Nielsen. Shoots and scores! Instigate a knife fight at the Throw Pillow Factory. Let's get ripped!
Let's get ripped?
Yeah.
What team was that for?
Don't know.
Don't know, but you had the audio.
I apologize. Yeah, I kind of abruptly cut it this morning.
Instigate a knife fight at a throw pillow factory?
That's right.
I don't think
I didn't understand. Is that really what it said?
Yeah, instigate a knife fight. You'd be ripping up the throw pillows.
Instigate a knife.
Okay. I don't really get that one. Usually I like his little things.
I always like the energy.
Yeah. Okay.
Doug didn't follow the analogy there.
I didn't really.
Some of them I struggle to follow as well, but that one I did get.
Quinn Snyder to Texas. Book it. I got Larry Connors texting in.
So he's gonna leave the Atlanta Hawks and go coach Texas basketball.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I personally don't.
Jackson, is that the song that you're going to be playing after Mizzou gets beat down by Drake tonight? Oh no.
How will you handle it if it happens?
If they are to lose?
Yeah.
I mean, I can be a big boy, Things happen. But, yeah, I'm going to be heartbroken.
Will you?
Tonight ain't the night.
I don't think so either, KG. But I just love watching Missouri basketball. Like, it's really one of my favorite things. Growing up in this town and then being a huge basketball fan, you get a lot of exposure to college, but you get none in the pros. And, and certainly there's been times where the local teams have been great, but certainly a lot of times, maybe just as much, if not more, where they haven't been.
Yeah.
And so stuff like this is really important to me. If we had an NBA team, I maybe could allocate my love, You
could allocate your love
a little more equally. I think I'd still be a giant fan of Mizzou basketball. Absolutely would
but
be.
If it's like a half-court buzzer beater that beats them,
yeah, it's going to really
sting. Have to pick you up off the floor.
That really sting. Like that would not be fun.
No,
but
it happens in these tournaments. At least one or two teams will lose that way today. It always happens.
Yeah, I think the odds actually were at least one buzzer beater in the NCAA tournament was like even money, like plus 100. That's a pretty decent bet. Buzzer beater though, like the shot has to leave the hands and then the buzzer goes off. No, not like 0.4 seconds left.
Oh,
that's not a buzzer beater.
Okay.
Big Tough does not agree. In Dwake, we trust. Go Dwake.
Did he?
I don't know if he went to Dwake.
Definitely not. But he doesn't have a team to root for.
Poking you.
Doesn't have a team to root for, so you it's easier to criticize than to admire.
My two favorite teams, the Blues and whoever's playing the Blackhawks.
I want to know how Illinois fans feel on the heels of Xavier, Texas, about the matchup with Xavier. Would they have preferred Texas? Would they have preferred Xavier? What do the people think? Illini
late tip in Milwaukee on Friday night, 8:45, I want to say.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Very drivable, though. But if you're an Illinois fan, get up there in the middle of the day on Friday. Hit that Major Goolsby's right across the way.
Yeah, that's where I was. That's where I was. It was good.
Here.
How do you think you prepare, like, the last couple of days? Are you watching film on both?
Are you talking about fans or the team itself? Coach Underwood, friend of the show.
Coach Underwood
was on Jim Rome the other day.
He was on Jim Rome the other day. Do you think you watch film on both teams and then
probably so.
Yeah,
it's got to mess with It's got to mess with your rhythm when you start a game at 8:45. That's a long day sitting around waiting to play.
Yeah,
almost 2 hours later than when you usually play.
Yeah.
But I don't like playing if I'm a coach and like 11 a.m. These kids are used to sleeping in a little bit.
Is it Purdue?
Be a happy medium.
Purdue tips off first today. That's the first game, I think. Yeah. At 11:40, Purdue and High Point.
High Point. I really like High Point. I think they're going to make a run. UC San Diego, I've got them in the Elite Eight. I think that name a random team for me, Jackson. Just throw it at me.
Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon. I really like their offense. I think they can make a run. And don't forget Colorado State.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on Colorado State.
Don't sleep on Colorado
State. And I've got BYU winning it all.
Right.
So
if you go back and listen, I had Xavier, Mount St. Mary's, Alabama State,
Did
North
you?
Carolina.
Right. Yeah.
One of those first four.
You were locked in.
Yeah, very much so.
You were locked in.
Yo, Mr. M. I guess that's me. Mizzou's going to get KO'd. K-Dot on Drake tonight. Mizzou is going to go K-Dot.
Yes. So
on
that
Drake
person's
tonight.
in support.
So it's a Kendrick reference.
That's been
there you go. That's from Nate the Hick from Barnhart, who I've known for a long time. Nate the Hick. Yeah, Mr. M. Mizzou is going to go K-Dot. Did you see the Olympic Committee in L.A., Doug? You may not have seen this.
I don't think I did.
Had a big press conference yesterday, and the organizing committee chairman said this is going to be revolutionary. They've had the fires. He said this is going to bring everyone together. And then he said, and of course, Kendrick Lamar will be in the middle of all of it.
Oh, gosh.
And you're wondering why. And then the gentleman, his name is Casey Wasserman, he said, yes, my daytime job is representing him. Wasserman's a huge agent in the entertainment world.
Right.
So I guess he's already announced that his client...
an L.A. native.
L.A. native. But it was kind of funny because he was saying we're going to make this, reimagine L.A. 2.0, the devastation of the fires. We will use the Olympics of 2028 to kind of rally everyone. And he said, and of course, Kendrick will be in the middle of all of it.
Of course.
And then he pointed out he is my daytime job representing K-Dot. So in other words, Nate the Hick from Barnhart is on board with you, Jackson.
Love it. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go. No, you go. What do you got?
There's going to be a lot of schadenfreude out there for Mizzou to lose. I anticipate that. I anticipate that a lot in the chat tonight when I'm live streaming.
Oh, do you? People rooting against them just to see you fall off the couch?
Just or Mizzou fans in general. I don't know why, but, there's a lot of people saying, well, there's probably a lot in Kansas City who just don't like seeing Mizzou do well.
Yeah, even without Jackson's live stream, I feel like people are constantly looking for Mizzou football and basketball to just what do they call it, Mizzou'd it or something?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think it's that they dislike them. I think they're just used to it, used to heartbreak.
Sure. Yeah, I can understand that.
So they don't get their hopes up too high.
Yeah, I get that. But what's hedging your, if you truly love sports and Mizzou sports and you're going to hedge yourself because...
Hedge your emotions, you're saying? Don't hold back your passion?
Yeah, I think you might mitigate some of the lows, but you won't get to feel the love of the highs.
Hey, Jacko, let's get this party going. 2 wins for the Tigers, then playing with house money next week. Bring the big energy tonight for Lee's Chicken. Jacko, hashtag Big Chicken, MIZ, signed Plow King, although his handle is STL Boy Dad. So there's a lot going on there.
Shout out to the Boy Dad and shout out to Lee's Chicken.
Shout out to the Boy Dad and Lee's Chicken.
But I don't like
to have some Lee's Chicken tonight.
Sounds good.
No, you never know.
You're kind of a bootlicker for Big Hole Fryer.
Big Hole Fryer.
Big potato wedge I am, that's for sure. With the Mizzou game, the win 2 and house money, if you think you're good enough to go all the way, there's no such thing as playing with house money.
No.
Everything, is obtainable. If you can beat
house money is you're like 13 seed.
Yeah,
You're like Yale wins a game.
I don't like that mentality. I mean, it's a fan. There's fans
But that's still
mentality. It doesn't
they're
matter.
supporting you, so you don't really want to mock
and I
the
appreciate
take.
it, but I don't like the play with house money. Like, no. There's going to be no point in this tournament where if Mizzou loses, I'm going to be like, oh, well, it was fun. No. Unless it's them cutting down the nets at the end, I'm going to be disappointed.
Hey, real quick, you got a gift card for Lee's recipe. Where do we find the Jackson live stream? You can find that on the TMA STL YouTube channel.
That is correct. Yeah, you'll. If you just go to our YouTube channel, you'll see me live streaming in there. And
when will you start? You said right at the tip off.
Probably like 10 minutes before tip off.
Okay. Just pacing the room and.
Oh, just kind of talking
stretching.
over, thinking about pregame thoughts. I'll have the audio off, so it'll be a pretty quiet live stream besides me talking.
It's just your pregame thoughts, and we can't hear that?
No, I'm sorry. The volume of the television during the game.
Okay.
I'm crowdsourcing here, but do they announce the broadcast teams for these games ahead of time?
They do.
Do you know who's on the Mizzou?
I did. I think
people used to get really excited if it was going to be a Nance Billy Packer game or something.
Tom McCarthy sounds right. That's somebody?
Mm-hmm. Tom McCarthy?
Yeah, that's who it is.
Is it Tom McCarthy?
That's what I
He's
think
good.
I saw at the broadcast schedule.
Jackson Mitchell is good to go tonight. He said that to the Colonel yesterday. The Colonel had a two-part question. It was like he was talking to Jeremy Rutherford. The Colonel said, Mark, real quick, are you healthy? And then how do you slow these guys or play their slow-down style? That two-part question. Then Mitchell started with, yeah, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
As far as their style. A lot of people text in. They're not happy with Jackson because the first game is Louisville-Creighton. Tips at 11:15. How hard is it?
Oh.
How hard is it to read a schedule?
I'm sorry.
Stop giving us the business.
I thought for sure that it was. I love the Creighton Blue Jays in that game against Louisville.
Louisville is the first game, Jackson. Show prep.
Got it.
Jackie Papers, come on. First game's Louisville. We got a lot of Douglases out there that know the schedule.
Why would you prepare for a show?
Good idea.
Chuck, the context on that.
The next time St. Louis hosts a regional, and I don't know if they have one in the pipeline.
I think we have
coming
first and second round next year.
Is that right? Okay.
You have to get a credential and go down there for the shoot around and the first round games because it's so much fun.
Yeah, I went
see
to
the big name coaches and to see them practice for 25 minutes.
I absolutely.
It really is a cool thing.
Frankie C. was salivating yesterday in Wichita.
Yeah.
Goose, because this Missouri team, these open practices are typically just glorified shoot-arounds. Not for your Missouri Tigers. They are getting after it up and down the floor. Did he not? Wax poetic?
He did.
He was a little wound up.
Yeah. I respect it, though.
You two nerds could get together and just talk ball.
We've talked ball. Plenty.
Oh, my gosh.
We've talked ball a lot. Yeah. It's always a great time. I love talking with kids.
Tell Jackson the first game today is at 11:15.
I got it.
Guys, Louisville Creighton's at 11:15.
Yeah.
You call yourself a basketball guy. There are more texts about the Louisville Creighton game than anything else.
Oh, because I messed up. But I love Creighton, and I like the under in that game, too. Creighton money line and the under. People are like, oh, Louisville, misseeded. No. Ryan Kalkbrenner, St. Louis's own.
Fredbird's therapist would like to know, Jackson, do you have a backup plan for tonight given the high winds if your power goes out? Great question. Great question.
No. Is that a possibility? I guess I just go on my phone.
Yeah, throw your hotspot on.
If I lost my power, the live stream would be the last of my concerns. That would be jettisoned. I would immediately throw the game on my phone and then start texting people who do have power if I can come over.
I see wind until about 3 and then sunny skies the rest of the day.
Okay, not worried then.
Open the show tomorrow with Hotline Bling when Drake wins tonight. Wouldn't that be kind of funny if Drake was at the game? Or didn't he do that, like an appearance for Drake?
I think he's a Kentucky guy.
I know, but didn't he? I feel like they got him up there one time.
I think they did.
they should.
I think that he performed there, but he famously has a picture of him in a Missouri T-shirt, so people have been tweeting that a lot.
Jackson, would you like my little Truman pause so you can dance around when Caleb goes off?
How about that?
Little tiger paws?
He was the mascot.
Go on your hand. They look like tiger
so Buzz
feet.
was once the mascot?
Oh, I know. Yeah. He was Truman. That's right.
So he's giving you Truman's paws.
He said that his contention was that when he was Truman, that girls really wanted to sleep with him.
Oh.
And in fact, one of them requested he keep the mascot head on.
That's the power of the furries.
Yeah,
keep the head on, just in case he's butt ugly or what?
Women want to be with him, men.
I think so. Buzz, text in if I'm misrepresenting what you said.
Buzz,
but I'm pretty sure.
Men want to be with him. Women want to be like him. Xavier, thank you for pronouncing Xavier correctly. Also, the same texter said the Big East is a Power 5. Miller is going to stay at X. Let's go X. Xavier fan saying that Sean Miller would not go to Texas. And, yeah, we did not say Xavier. Some people get it wrong out there.
Texas would be a pretty attractive place for a lot of coaches, though.
Oh, yeah.
And you're living in Austin.
No state income tax.
Living in
cool
Austin.
city. Lots of money down there to throw at you.
Yeah.
To throw at recruits.
That's why I think you get like a younger guy, an up-and-coming guy. Maybe someone in this tournament can show them maybe the UC San Diego. Eric Olin, I think is the name of the UC San Diego coach.
I don't know.
I really like them to make a run. I visited Drake in the mid-'90s, the only college I know that had beer on tap in the school cafeteria.
Oh, wow.
Where is this?
At Drake.
Oh,
That's
really?
from Kurt's former co-worker.
Women wanted to be like him, and guys wanted to be with him.
I don't know that that's the case.
Get that helicopter finished, Doug.
Who knew there were that many Drake dorks around? That's from Doug's
There's
prison
not.
wall.
You know how it
You think
goes.
some are just trolling
Yes.
you?
Oh my God. Yeah, I'd say in the 90%. But I get it. Hey, listen, that's what you sign up for. That's what the money's for. So you gotta be a big boy, put your big boy pants on. We're not gonna get stifled by a couple of people who want to see Mizzou fall. That's fine. That's
More
fine.
than a couple. More than a couple. Jackson, your thoughts on Missouri Valley schools like Bradley, Drake, and Indiana State having more Final Fours each than Mizzou?
Yeah, is that
hurt a little bit?
It's not great, but
it's not great.
But would you rather be a Mizzou sports fan or one of those school sports fans? That's my question to you.
We did have a earlier shout out to beer. What does food have to do to get noticed around here?
Great shout out to food.
Shout out to food.
Well, I shout out to farmers who grow our food.
Farmers got a shout out. Beer got a shout out. And now food got a shout out. You can text in. It's the Air Comfort Service text line 399-9646 314-399-9646. Many folks have a clever handle. If you don't, I've noticed a few today have asked for their handles to be changed. Jackson, that's a clerical issue that only gets addressed early in the month.
First week of the month is when I like to do that. Yep.
The Pestis phone line is 974-0101, 974-0101, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. It is the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. You have that Design Air email of the day coming your way in the last hour. That's KG will think about reading a Dear Deidre and then says, no, maybe not. Maybe we should just stick to email of the day. Terry Crouppen in the house. Rich Gould, check it in a little bit later. It is The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Pacers defeat the Mavericks last night, 135-131. Pascal Siakam, a.k.a. Spicy P, with 29 points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Look at that clock management. 9 o'clock. On the nose.
On the nose.
9 o'clock. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We got podcasts brought to you by the Schaefer Door Company. Studio cameras. The Air Alliance team brings you those. Phone lines brought to you by Collier and Thompson. But the show is presented by one name only. Brown and Crouppen. Doug, the phone number is very difficult to remember. If you ever need a lawyer, what's the number?
314-222-2222.
Oh, so you wrote it down
I didn't
so that you
have to
wouldn't
write that
forget
down.
it.
I didn't have
It's
to.
222222. Or that sometimes I call that hoping to reach Channel 2 to let them know I'm out sick.
Right.
It's not Channel 2. It's Brown and Crouppen and Terry Crouppen. Last time he was here, you were Santa Crouppen the last time you were here.
I was.
You were in festive mode.
And by the way, Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you. Calendar has shifted now to March. Great to see you. You said you were cold, but then I did point out you were wearing shorts.
You know, since COVID, I think I've worn shorts 98% of the time.
Really?
My knees have never recovered.
Wow.
They can't be covered.
Don't you live most of the winter in Florida?
We go down there for a while, but I'm St. Louis and I live on the hill, actually.
Yeah. How do you like it down there?
It's nice. They're nice people. It's a real neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I highly recommend it for anybody who wants to move. You know, it's safe. It's nice people, great food, and you can have a nice life there.
I lived down there for about 2 years.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's great. Walk around in the summertime. You walk around, head to that piazza, take a look at that
Across from
fountain.
St. Michael's, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, St. Ambrose.
St. Ambrose, yeah.
That's right.
The heart of the hill.
Yeah.
It is.
And it's really just a wonderful time. And obviously, all the good food you can possibly dream of.
Hit a different restaurant every night.
Oh.
Terry, when you're outside of St. Louis, because you've been on TV for so many years, do you get recognized? Do you ever, like, in a random city and somebody goes, hey, you're that guy, or hey, Terry?
If they're from St. Louis, yes.
Yeah.
And it's, I tell people this. My minor celebrity in St. Louis has been wonderful. I get treated so nice in St. Louis, and when I go other places, I miss it.
Really?
Yeah, my wife
You
always...
miss the minor celebrity.
I miss being a minor celebrity. I mean, being a minor celebrity means that nobody really wants anything from you. Nobody asks me for money or, but they just smile and they come over and they just couldn't be. I'm sure you've been on TV, people. I've had like 4 bad experiences in my life and like a million great experiences. People are so nice.
Yeah. It's the power of advertising. You advertise in a town like St. Louis regularly, and people are going to know you. And it's got to be great for the business, too.
Yeah, I mean, but it's been great for me. And now my son, gets it, and it's just we get the best out of people. People come over, they're so happy to see you. It's, they're just sweet.
What about the people that you won a lawsuit against?
They're a little less enthusiastic. But
do you mind lawyer jokes? I've heard that like cops are okay with cop jokes. They think it's funny. What about lawyers?
I think it's funny with a little mild negative to it, because the basic thing is that lawyers aren't the best people. That's basically what the joke's about. But if it's a funny joke, I'll laugh.
Okay.
go ahead, hit me with your best.
We don't have
I would never with you sitting right here. I mean, if you're down the hall,
because you're fired if you tell me.
Exactly.
Ooh, I just did a little Elon Musk there. I had my finger out there, which was
that helps.
Basically, you're fired.
Terry's also a big Mizzou guy. We've got the Tigers tipping at 6:35 NCAA tournament. Was Norm the coach when you were there? He was there for a million years.
I don't believe so. so. No, I was there.
You predated Norm's tenure?
I predated Norm, who's been dead for how long?
No, he's alive.
Norm is alive?
Yes.
Oh, my God bless him. I didn't know.
You might need a lawyer, pal. What did you just say?
But how old must
He's
Norm
90.
be?
Norm Stewart is 90 years young.
He had a bad cancer scare, but he beat that.
Yeah, it started that coach's cancer deal.
Good for him.
Yeah.
No, let me tell you, when I was at Missouri, first of all, they played in Brewer Fieldhouse.
Right, I remember that.
Which had a mud floor.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, you
floor.
walked in and you were walking on packed earth.
Right.
And then you stepped up to get onto the
bleachers.
Where you sat. It was just terrible. And as I told you guys earlier, I know we're all excited about Missouri, and I have, over the years, gradually forgotten my Missouri experience, and now I can be happy for them. I want good things for them. But I believe Missouri was a very difficult place to go to school when you had to have any dealings with the administration. They were not very nice to students, and we did not get treated very well.
And you think that was because it was the Vietnam era where they held the power over you, or if they tell you you're out of school, you're right in the Army?
Well, that certainly was a big deal. I mean, if they threw you out, and my recollection is they threw you out for any poor behavior. And it was, like you say, back then you got thrown out of school, you immediately lost your school classification to be exempt from the draft. And then I knew a lot of people who got thrown out and went to Vietnam. And back then, going to Vietnam and serving your country did not have the same meaning that it does today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it wasn't something we couldn't wait to do.
Yeah. Were you worried about it having to go?
Oh, yeah.
And what year did you graduate at Mizzou?
67.
Yeah, so that was right in the heart of the bad stuff.
Oh, yeah, it was bad. And don't view me as a coward if you're hearing me. You need to understand the political climate in the 60s. Vietnam was not a popular cause, and people then sort of knew that this was not something maybe we should be involved in. And so not wanting to go there did not make you a bad person.
No. But after college, you stayed in college to go to law school just to cover your bases.
Just in case.
Well, it worked out, didn't it?
Yeah, I really can't complain. Although I went to Washington U. I didn't go to Missouri. I was happy to get away from Missouri.
What was it, a sleepy little town? We were talking earlier about Columbia changing over the years.
Yes, it was and they didn't like students very much.
There seems to be a theme here. Did you get in trouble a lot?
No.
Okay.
I mean, this was. I would love to hear from other Missouri graduates about that time. It was just any dealings with the school were hard. I mean, if you'd go up to Jesse Hall, I believe, who was the administration.
Right.
I mean, they loved to just slam these windows they had. If you had some business, they'd see you coming and slam the door. I mean, it was just terrible. I had a friend of mine. They used to have something. See, stop me.
We're not the Mizzou flagship station, thankfully. This is not.
Sounds like you're not a big donor to the school.
Oh, God, I wouldn't give them a nickel. And they begged. They begged, oh, we're so sorry how we treated you. No, I've never given them a penny. I wouldn't.
Are you a Mizzou sports fan?
Yes.
I want
the sports teams to do well, especially back then. Missouri wasn't really a great basketball school at that time. But, we went to all the football games, loved the football, knew some of the players, nice guys. I was very happy when they had success. But anything else? No. It was a horrible, just a hellhole for me.
It's getting worse the more you talk.
No, God, yeah, no, you've got to stop me. Stop me.
I don't think we can. Did your friends at the time have a similar experience? Like, do you still talk about it? Like, this was not specific to you? This was not.
Oh, no.
Like, people at the time, they were just a little, too
we all
dictatorial, uptight?
They were just mean.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
They would any dealings you had with them was they had. You have a second? They had a policy called negative hours. Negative hours you got if before or after a vacation period you were late. You know, if you came back a day late because people wanted to extend these vacations a little. For every class you missed, you lost an hour of credit that you had already gone. Now, if you remember in schools, you didn't have 1 million extra credits to graduate. You wanted to get 120 credits because that was it. So if they took an hour away, you'd have to come back to school for another semester. Well, I had a friend of mine who came back and they said, you had negative hours. You can't graduate. He said, no, I didn't. I was there. I said, no, you weren't. And he had to come back for another semester.
Oh, gosh.
It was terrible.
Was there a former dean of students called Blackjack?
Blackjack? Are you getting something?
Yeah, people are
Blackjack
texting.
Matthews, yes. A real
Tough guy.
Watch it.
I mean,
Don't knock us off the air, lawyer.
No, just not, in my humble opinion, you know, he did things that were questionable.
Okay. Different era, right?
Yeah. Get some people. Please, Missouri graduates, back me up.
Did you hear the one about the lawyer that tried to kill off Norm Stewart? That's a new joke, I think.
Boy, that has everything.
Were
in
you
it.
there for the Jesse Hall fire?
Yes. I
you
was.
were?
Wait, the Jesse Hall fire?
Yeah, that left only the column standing.
That's probably
That
going
would've
back
been-
a little
No,
further.
that
it
would've
wasn't
been
there
much
for that,
earlier.
yeah.
Big Blonde Dan said, I just missed you, Terry. I graduated in 2012. So I think that's just almost crossed.
I wonder if it's gotten better. I wonder if people, you know, now who have issues with the administration get treated better. But it was everybody. If you went and bought a shirt up on Broadway at the clothing stores, they treated you poorly. I mean, everybody. The restaurants just were, no, they didn't want your business. They didn't want anything to do with you.
I graduated in 2020, and I can tell, from my experience, everyone there was quite pleasant.
Yeah,
Everything
it's
was
possible
great.
the era was
Yes.
part of it, that 60s era.
Please, let me disclaim, I have no knowledge or hostility toward anybody who's currently there.
The negative hours thing seems wrong. If you're paying for the classes to go there, you ought to be able to decide
maybe
when
that
you're
was
gonna
the
show up
problem.
or not.
Remember, it wasn't like each student was a big profit center.
Yeah.
You know, I think tuition back then was like $350 a semester.
Yeah.
So, you know, they had no monetary interest to have any interest in you.
Yeah.
There was only human decency involved, and they didn't have much of that.
If you or anyone you know that was hurt by Missouri, please call us at Brown and Crouppen.
That's right. Yes, it'd be a class action.
Terry, I've been watching The Decades of St. Louis by PBS. I'm watching it on YouTube at night. They do a quick 25-minute episode for each decade for St. Louis, dating back to 1900. Terry seems like a guy who would really enjoy this series. There you go. You're getting TV suggestions.
Oh, yes.
The Decades of St. Louis.
Oh, I should watch.
Okay.
I mean, I've lived here my whole life.
You grew up here?
Are you guys all from St. Louis?
I am, yeah. Yeah, we all.
For the most part.
You know, it's a funny place to be from. You don't go places and meet a lot of people from St. Louis. It's just funny. You know, it's an odd place to be from.
We're kind of like a Roach Motel where you can check in, but you cannot check out.
Cannot leave. Wasn't that the Hotel California?
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Something like that. Well, Terry, it's great to see you. Welcome back from Florida.
Can I talk a little bit more about Missouri?
Oh, I think you're pretty clear on this Mizzou game day.
10 minutes.
Yeah, and listen, this has nothing to do with the fine people that are there now
Yes.
or the players. I wish them all the... Let's go, Mizzou.
It's unfortunate. No, it is unfortunate that you had that experience because then your whole life you think of it in a negative light.
Bad taste in your mouth.
But you root for those teams. I'm sure you've been to games. and you
Because
root-
I'm a decent human being. Yes, I forgive and forget.
Forgive.
It's hard
forget.
to. You have one or two bad experiences anywhere, and
Let
you're
me show you
going to
this.
carry that with you.
No, you do. You can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go up there. Maybe we could take the whole show.
Let's
Go
take
up
the
for a
show.
weekend.
Yep. Let's do some healing.
And
let's
let's
have
see-
a Brown and Crouppen day in Columbia, and we'll load up. We've got a van, a TMA
We do.
van. I'm a big idea guy. We're going to load up the van. We're going to take Terry back to school like Rodney Dangerfield, and we're going to have some healing. Okay.
Let's you're
going to hug the columns, buddy.
Nobody needs it more than me.
Okay. There it is. Terry Crouppen founder of Brown and Crouppen, title sponsor of this Mizzou-driven show. 222222222. Just keep hitting twos until you get Terry on there. I'm sorry about what happened to you at Mizzou, but I've got my own problem that I got to deal with. It is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen. Hey, you know where I've been going for years? Never had a bad experience. Never leaves a bad taste in your mouth. That's the friends that we have at Schnucks. They're trying to help you right now. Save some money every time you go to the grocery store. There is indeed some sticker shock. But at Schnucks, they've done something about it and lowered the prices on over 2,300 items. So whatever's on that grocery list, there's probably something that's marked down. That's what happens when the team at Schnucks sits down and decides to save money. Lowering prices on 2,300 items. Oh, Jackson Stoke cold brew coffee. That's part of his morning routine. Prices on that knocked down. Tyson Family Pack chicken, prices knocked down. Ore-Ida potatoes, Jack's Pizza, going on and on. I can't name all 2,300. I don't have that kind of time. You can also check out the digital shelf tags around the store, finding tons more items, all with lower prices. Schnucks right now, saving you money. Everyday savings you can count on. Stop by your neighborhood Schnucks. New lower prices every single day. We love Mizzou, right? Probably won't read all the text. No need to do that. Did want to throw it out there. My sister works for Brown and Crouppen for several years, loves the job, great company, and great people. Just had a little rough experience down at the state school, it seems like. Texters, get involved. We'll read as many as we can, except for ones about the title sponsor. 399-9646. 399-9646. Phone line, Callier and Thompson, 974-0101, 974-0101. Martin, Doug, Jackson, KG here on this Thursday. Tim en route to Wichita to watch Missouri take on Dwake, the 11 seed. SIUE will tip it off 1 o'clock. Illinois has their matchup known. It's Xavier. That is on Friday night in Milwaukee, 8:45 start. Looks like they've got Kevin Harlan on the call.
Oh, the best.
For the Illini, because that's on CBS, I believe.
Man, I love that Kevin Harlan.
It's a big game day Friday. You know, Rich Gould loves the Tigers. We'll talk to him. He did not go to Mizzou.
No. Where'd he go?
Loves Evangel in Springfield. I think he was a quarterback. But he was quoted in the New York Times about the storms in Bridgeton. So good chance to get Uncle Rich on the show. And I think he's got a new book out, Doug.
Yeah, I've heard
All
that.
your years working side by side with Rich Gould, did you ever think, I bet he'll write children's books?
There's a snake in my boots. Is that the name of the book?
There's a snake down there.
There's a snake down there. No innuendo at all with Uncle Rich. Nothing creepy about it at all. It's just a true story when he was a kid.
Yeah. And he says the girl in the story is him. He said he was the girl.
Is him. Sounds like
Sam Rockwell.
It sounds like all the shows that are popular now.
Yeah.
The girl is him. Did I say Jobu's name wrong earlier?
I thought you said Jobu.
I don't know. We were talking to Bertie Federko about the Blues embracing Jobu.
Was there a couple dozen texts about you saying it wrong?
There was only one or two, and I thought, did I say it wrong?
Did you say that Purdue was the first game of the day today?
No,
I sure did.
Somebody else did.
Yeah,
on the day. Do you have the teams ranked 1 through 68?
Yeah, I do.
ESPN compiled. Doug, we like this
is
a little
Sports
bit.
Illustrated.
Oh, Sports Illustrated. I didn't even know they were around anymore.
Oh, they sure are.
Okay. 1 through 68. Doug, you want to guess team number 1 in this tournament?
Rank number 1.
Florida.
Doug's on the board.
Okay.
Wow, Florida.
Duke.
Duke is number 2.
Okay.
All right, hold. Keep going.
Auburn.
Auburn is number 3.
Oh,
This guy's
wow.
red hot.
Houston.
Houston is number 4.
Oh, so wow, those are the top 4 seeds.
They are.
Yeah.
Didn't they get the
Well, that would
memo that you
figure.
have to go alt to get noticed?
Just wait. Number 5, Doug.
St. John's.
St. John's is number 6.
Oh.
Number 5, Doug.
Alabama.
Alabama is number 8.
Oh,
Number 5, Doug.
Michigan State.
Michigan
Tommy
State is
Izzo.
number 5.
Okay.
Tommy Izzo, number 7.
Oh, gosh, we're going to go down the whole list.
I was going to go at
Exhausted
least till
already.
62.
Tennessee.
Tennessee is correct.
Okay, this is just going by their seedings.
Now, what about number 9?
Missouri.
No.
Why would you ask me number 9 if it wasn't important?
Well, it's not Missouri.
Iowa State.
No, sir.
We got to see who's a
Would you
three
want
seed.
the initials?
Yes.
W.
Weymouth? Weymouth? Who the hell is that? Warrensburg?
Warrensburg, not this year at least.
Oh.
Their coach's initials are GG.
GG. Greg Gibbons? I hadn't heard of Greg Gibbons before this.
First name's correct.
Okay. You said W? Let me look to see where the 3 seats are.
That's cheating.
Where's your time killer music?
Whale?
No, not Whale.
Is it Whale?
The Wisconsin Badgers, Doug, coached by Greg Gard.
Greg Gard, silent assassin, according to John Ross.
Number 10 is Arizona.
All right, we probably don't read the whole thing.
I won't.
Where's
But
Missouri?
Arizona.
Where's Missouri?
Missouri, Illinois, SIUE would be the 3 I'm most interested in.
Okay, Missouri, number 20. Missouri, number 20.
That's about right.
Yeah, maybe 4 times 5. Yeah. You want to know about Illinois? The Fighting Illini are ranked.
22.
Want to fire a guess, Martin?
23.
German?
24.
It's the right call, going higher than those two. 28 for the final Illini.
I don't like this list at all.
Let me really get to scrolling here.
SIUE, please.
SIUE ranked number 65.
Oh.
So
Out of 68.
Not the last. So are they ahead of Alabama State? Are they
head of
St.
Alabama
Francis?
State, head of St.
teams that
Francis,
lost.
head of Mount St. Mary's. But no, they're behind American, who lost last night, behind Norfolk State. Wofford Terriers.
Norfolk's a 16 this year for folks who like their history. Missouri's highest seed ever was 2 that year.
No, they have a 1 seed before.
That was Norfolk State took them down.
I know that was a 2. They were a 2 seed, but
that's the highest seed they've ever been.
Really?
Unless I looked it up incorrectly. The lowest they've ever been was 11 the year they made the Elite 8 in 2002.
Right.
They were clearly a better team than that seed, but they were an 11 when they made a run to the Elite 8 in 2002. But the highest seed Missouri's ever been, unless I'm mistaken, Missouri has never been a 1 seed.
1 in 1994.
Well, don't close the door.
Other than that.
Don't close the door on this Tiger team. And by door, I mean garage door.
There we go.
If that should happen, Schaefer Door will come out and get it going back open again. That's what they do. They'll take care of any kind of garage door problem you have. They've been to my house a couple times because I got a really old door, and from time to time it doesn't want to work correctly. But Jason Gosfrow has been out there and made a few adjustments. Look what I got now. I got a perfectly functioning garage door. I got what I want. Schaefer Door, that's only one F in Schaefer because there's other companies around St. Louis that are called Schaefer, but they have 2 Fs. This is SCHAEFER. They service all kinds of garage doors and service with new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. And if you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that when you call them, a real person will be on the other end of the line to chat with you. The service techs are not commission-based. This is where you go if you have any kind of problem with your garage door. That's Schaefer Door Company, and the website is schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Yeah, the 94 team. Jackson, you are correct.
Yeah, 94.
My deep dive this morning overlooked the 94 team, the Big 8 team that went 25-3, and were a number 1 seed, made it to the Elite 8.
Yeah. I know we have Uncle Rich coming up here in just a moment, but I see this piece in The Athletic interested me. The Los Angeles Angels are banning cell phones in the clubhouse.
By players or media?
Ron Washington said on Wednesday he hopes this allows his team to focus more on baseball. There's been no pushback, according to Ron Washington, but there have been important tweaks to make sure the rules are observed.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Cardinals used to have that rule for media.
Right.
But they scrapped it because that's where a lot of the video was being shot.
For sure. But this is for players.
Boy, I would have thought they'd have fought that real hard.
Yeah.
I can't believe that the players will go for that.
Here's the exact quote from Ron Washington. Now the rules have extended to outside the clubhouse to the 72-year-old Washington, who's in his 2nd season. Right now, they are in the hallways in here, right outside the team clubhouse. Now it's going to be completely out of the GD clubhouse.
Yeah.
It's not a punishment. I just want some focus.
Yeah, you're talking about 20-year-old athletes. They're going to be on the phones.
It seems a little odd to me. It seems like there's other things to focus on. They went 63-99 last season, and they haven't made the postseason since. Any guesses?
Oh, yeah, since the last time they got in there.
Yeah, that's right.
We have to guess a year now. I don't know the
2015.
Years.
Close.
14
is correct.
I knew that.
Okay.
I knew that. Lost to the Royals.
Yeah.
Albert Pujols and the Angels never won a playoff game, I believe.
It's crazy.
Swept by the Royals.
There was a Pirates player a couple of years ago that went sliding head first into a base, and the cell phone came
flying out of his pocket.
That was really odd. That was really weird.
Now, maybe it's okay to ban cell phones on the base paths.
Makes sense.
Seems reasonable.
Makes sense.
In the dugout, on the field.
Yeah. They always think the outfielders, when they have those little cards for hitters and where to line up for, fans are always yelling, get off your cell phone. It's like, you think they're checking their phone in left field?
You want baseball to appeal to this younger audience. Let the guys have their phone,
like
go live in the dugout.
Do a TikTok dance.
Really take selfies of themselves out there.
Rosarena about that.
Mm-hmm. Jordan Walker stepped on the, was it the sprinkler head? No, he stepped on his phone.
An AirPod.
he dropped an earbud and stepped on it. I can't believe Angels players are going to go along with that.
That's surprising to me, too.
Anthony Rendon. All right, that's it. I'm finally giving up baseball. Can I still get the $100 million you owe me? Some confusion, not by us. The texter, Tom McCarthy, is on the call for the games in Wichita. Deb Antonelli, Steve Smith, A.J. Ross. So Steve Smith, not Stephen A. Smith.
No.
Steve Smith, former Michigan State Spartan back in the day.
Right, not the former wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers.
Right. Tom McCarthy on the call. Kevin Harlan is on the call for the games in Milwaukee, which includes the Fighting Illini. TMA, the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. You have a Design Air email of the day contest. Fire off those emails. Your chance to win really fame and glory on this first day of the NCAA tournament. So get involved via the Design Air email of the day. Rich Gould on deck talking all things Uncle Rich here on TMA. Hey, St. Louis, did you know that the St. Louis Zoo cares for about 12,000 animals? They represent nearly 450 species. We bring you this great nugget about our great St. Louis Zoo because the zoo is partnering with our friends at Together Credit Union. Yes, you can get the St. Louis Zoo themed debit card. It's exclusive right now at Together Credit Union. The St. Louis Zoo debit card rounds up the change from your transactions and then donates the money to the St. Louis Zoo. What a great partnership between TCU and the St. Louis Zoo. Your donations help further the zoo's mission of animal care and management, wildlife conservation, research, education. The St. Louis Zoo debit card, if you have it, you'll also receive some special zoo membership, which includes discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. Sign up and make sure you receive that sea lion plush toy with your St. Louis Zoo debit card. You can get it simply by stopping by one of those 14 local branches for Together Credit Union or going online at togethercu.org. Don't wait. Sign up today and support the St. Louis Zoo. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. That's our bat signal for Rich Gould to call in.
All-time classic.
Sea Spray Inn down there in Florida. He would sing this. Some people were there covering spring training. There, it was a vehicle for Rich to do a little karaoke.
He did that right there at the baseball complex?
The Sea Spray Inn. One of my favorite Rich Gould, who, by the way, hasn't picked up his phone. That's where we're telling Rich Gould stories. We're down there maybe the day before first workout, so it's not clear if anybody's doing media. And we're standing on the sidewalk, probably about the area where Plowsy would chase and harass people. And LaRussa kind of walks by. So you might have been there, Frank, whatever. We've got our cameras, and we're like, oh, is he stopping? Are we going to get a quick interview here, something to use tonight on the news? And it wasn't clear if he was stopping. And then he sees Rich. And so LaRussa goes, hey, what's going on, Rich? And he starts talking to him. He's like, hey, Tony, how are you? And so then we all kind of glob on, start doing a impromptu interview. So we've got some material because none of the players were there. And Rich turns and goes, all right, I'm out of here. And he doesn't take part. He just leaves. So I said to Tony, I said, so you stopped to talk to Rich. Now we're going to interview you. And he doesn't want any part of the interview. He goes, yes, that's Rich. Turned around.
Journalism right there.
Turned around, walked away. And then Doug Vaughn had an award-winning sports.
It would have been nice all those years to have just one sportscast a day to do at Channel 11.
Oh, my.
Gosh. No internet stuff you had to do. No 5, 6, top of the 5 news. Sports deeper in the 5 o'clock show. Top of the 6 news. Sports deeper in 6 o'clock. A couple packages at 10 o'clock. And get something on the website, too. That's what spring training. Everyone used to say, boy, you have a great time at spring training. No, I worked my ass off.
If you just had that one show, Doug, you'd pour everything you had into it.
Yes.
Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, KG with you. Tim McKernan out today en route to Wichita. Mizzou is going to take in the game. Mizzou first-round action against Drake. 6:35 the start. Big Blues game tonight. We talked to Bernie Federko earlier. Canucks and Blues, dead heat. Trying to get that 8th and final playoff spot. There's a number of teams contending, but it's a big one tonight. 6:30 coverage on 101 ESPN begins at 5:30. Even Coach Monty was saying, man, it's going to be electric. The crowd's going to be into it. That's coming up tonight. This is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Knee deep in the 9 o'clock hour. Terry Crouppen came by. Shout out to Mizzou. But again, Mark Hanna bringing you this hour, the Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and it's time without. Let's begin again, Jackie.
Here it is.
Rich, has it got you toe tapping right now?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I'm also snapping my fingers.
Yep. I told them this is your song. This is the go-to for you.
I do that whenever Bobby Darin comes on with that one. And I'm embarrassed to tell you this story because it just happened to me, but it is the truth. So I'll let you guys know and nobody else. I had nothing to do last week. Nothing. I was bored. My neck was hurting. So I said, I think I'm going to go sing somewhere.
Oh, my.
Doug, have you ever said that?
No. No one want to hear it.
So I looked this thing up at about 4:30 in the afternoon, without cocktails. At about 4:30 in the afternoon, and I find this little karaoke bar that is off Olive. So I thought, let's drive. So off I go, and I pull into this little place, and the doors are locked. There are 4 girls there, so I know I'm in the right place because they're going to get one of these rooms, right? And so I walked in. When they finally got there and unlocked the door, they must have known I was coming because they kept it locked for a good long while.
Sounds like a massage parlor. What are you sure you were at a bar?
Well, it had that. Let me tell you, it had that vibe.
Not a live read.
What are the rooms you're talking about? I thought this was a bar.
Karaoke rooms,
They had
Doug.
these rooms, and they had like 5 rooms or something where they have couches and chairs and stuff. Well, I didn't do that. But I did walk in, and here's this lady who said she'd been doing it for years, a very lovely Korean lady who also said she had a hangover.
Oh, it is a massage parlor.
And some guy who runs the computer And I said, man, I said, look, I don't want a room or anything like that. I said, how about I give you a couple of bucks, sing a couple of songs, and get out of your hair? Which is what happened. I threw her a 20, and I had 5 songs, and I just left.
This is like a Tarantino movie. What the hell are we talking about? Hold on, what are the? Was it like a hotel that happened to have a bar? Is that why there were rooms?
No. This is a setup which I think they do, Tim, all over the place. It's a setup for people to pay to karaoke. Well, bachelor parties, bachelorette people that go, or just fat bored guys.
And you didn't realize it was a front for a massage parlor.
Right.
That's how Robert Kraft got in trouble.
Idea.
The idea you're just bored and not want to sing.
I'm just here to sing.
I hit an octave I never knew I had when she did a little reach around.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! All of it, Doug. All of it was a build-up just for that.
So that's what they did last week, and I thought this was funny. And to prove it to you, when I get off this thing, because I don't know how to do it while I'm on talking to you guys, I took a picture of her. I'll send Martin the picture, and he can go ahead and show you before you get off to prove that I am not lying.
All right, now you said your neck was hurting. I don't think the dais or the listeners know that you had a little fender bender of sorts.
A little my tail. It was nasty. I was down in Florida. We were just getting some sun and sitting at a stop sign, and this guy ran into me like he hated my book.
Oh.
You don't think he did he?
It's like he's driving about 40 miles an hour, and he looked over and said, "Hey, look, there he is. What are the odds?" And then jumped the median and came crashing into me. I'm sitting in the back seat. I hit the one, he hits me. I hit him. He knocks me over. I'm acting like a pickleball in the back seat, just bouncing around. And then whack, I hit the other one. The airbags are flying off. And the next thing you know, I'm in an ambulance going to the Sarasota Trauma Center. So yeah, it could have been really bad. It was pretty bad. I've never been in a wreck quite like that one. And it affects, I tell you, it affected my driving. I had to get home eventually. So I was fine going straight. It's the left and the right that was no good.
What was the?
I couldn't tell who was coming, left or right, man. My neck was just focused.
What was the? So not surgery. What was the recovery?
I'm still not there. I've got a sore neck still, and I can't turn my head completely side to side, and I'm dizzy. I feel a little like Cousin Eddie. Cousin Eddie says to Clark, he says, you've got that plate in his head. Rev up the microwave. I piss my pants and forget who I am for 10 minutes.
Did they tell you when you checked
what
out?
Happens here.
What was one of the side effects that you would have a desire to go do karaoke in the middle of the day? Was that a possible side effect?
They didn't. It could have been. They didn't tell me that.
I just found the Coriana karaoke on Olive.
That's the one.
It says chill hangout, offering karaoke in private rooms plus beer.
That's the one I went to.
I've never heard of this in my entire life. It's in the Chester.
I hadn't either.
I would have mentioned.
I would have mentioned it easy enough.
Wow. Huh? I would have mentioned next time. Let's do a road trip. We got to go with Terry Crouppen down to Mizzou to do some healing. Then we got to sing with Uncle Rich at the Coriana karaoke in the Chesterfield Plaza chill hangout, offering karaoke in private rooms plus beer.
He needs Terry Crouppen to represent him in this car wreck. It sounds like he's a lawsuit.
Another thing I'm glad you mentioned. I did put in a call to the Crouppen group, and was told by the young lady who was on the phone, well, I don't think so.
Oh, no.
That's about it.
Oh, no.
How about that? So I said, I get a hold of somebody in Florida. Maybe they can help me.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, man. But are you having some after effects in all seriousness?
Yeah, in all seriousness, yes, I am. Just pain, and like I said, I still can't turn my head, and I've gotten a little touch of the flu, so I've been fighting that. I don't know about you guys, but I fight throwing up like grim death, man. Most people say, man up, throw up, and get on with it. And I can't do that. When I'm sick to my stomach, I just I fight it until the last possible instant when I'm just, yelling and screaming.
Well, you were fighting it last Friday, and I was telling the folks here, I said, Rich was in the New York Times. First of all, you're in Bridgeton, where that seems to be the path there. A lot of times, the airport path.
Maryland Heights.
Or Maryland Heights. We get all these storms kind of come up 70. Give us your Friday experience.
I would like to know why that is, because since the Good Friday tornado, when was that, 2011?
Yeah.
I think it was. We've been hit like 3 times. And they were all Fridays. And the experience, first of all, this storm, and kudos to all the weather people out there, because they were able to call it early and get people in to protect it. But this one hit just like they said they would. And through it came, and there are trees knocked down. I've got neighbors with big gaping holes in their homes.
Oh, don't say gaping hole.
And so it was, I got Patty, who's huddled in a toilet practically. She's in the little downstairs bathroom that I've got with a blanket and a pillow, just kind of holding on for dear life. Me, I'm trying to get outside and look at this thing. But here it came, and it knocked Bridgeton for a loop and other communities. And so I'm certainly don't want to speak too lightly about that. It's serious.
Yeah.
But yeah, they called me from the New York Times.
How in the hell?
I have no clue. I tweeted something about it, and I don't really tweet all that much, but occasionally I get out there. I had nothing
told
to
Dan
do.
Orlovsky to piss up a rope.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, well, that I don't mind saying that. But I tweeted a little bit, and so this guy calls. He says, "Hi, I'm from the New York Times." I said, "Really? Okay. Well, why?" And then he asked me a couple of questions, and he seemed to be like a nice guy, so they used my name in their story. They didn't really use a quote, just my name.
Oh, as an eyewitness to it all.
Yeah.
Well, that makes you feel good.
Yeah, that was nice. And so I got my name in the New York Times.
All right. Besides the injuries and the tornadoes, anything going well in your life?
Well, very little. Very little. Can't play, I can't swing a golf club yet because of the injuries, so that's something I would like to do.
You been to a chiropractor?
Not yet. I'm kind of waiting to see. I think I got another MRI scheduled to see what's going on. Yeah. When I turn my head, it's like sand in a gear. You can kind of hear it, and you can just hear all this crunching noise. And so that's no good.
I want to say this here audience, Doug and Rich and the gang, they're very savvy, Rich, and they pay attention. They said Rich is a national treasure. They want to know when you walked into the karaoke joint if they asked if there was a snake down there. So I guess they're tying it all together, it seems.
Wow, isn't that nice of them? Yeah. Isn't that just delightful? No, they didn't ask that. This lady, like I said, had a hangover. She was just flummoxed that I even came in by myself and said, "Here's $20," and she just,
what can I get for $20? Do you think it's a bird?
What can I get for? Can I get Bobby Darin and Sinatra for $20?
All right, now
a little Elvis.
So now I got to dig in on this. Do you think it's typically like birthday parties or bachelor party, and they get a little room and just start having some fun?
Yeah, they're having fun. They got a nice little bar there. It's nice. I can't wait to. Again, I'll send Martin that picture because it will crack you up. It killed me. Hey, we got basketball today,
Yeah, we do.
He's switching gears.
I look forward to that. I'm a little worried about Missouri. I don't know. They're just not playing all that well. What have they lost? 4 or 5 or 5 or 6?
5 or 7.
Now, producer Jackson here, who was offered a scholarship by Dennis Gates on this show a couple of weeks ago, he is confident tonight, Rich, that Mizzou will take care of business.
I'm glad they certainly can play well at times, but. Drake's pretty good. I think it's the kind of team that might give Missouri a little trouble. Plus, the kid that grew up in Wichita, went to high school in Wichita Grill hasn't been shooting very well.
Yeah.
They need him to shoot.
Yeah, we need him to get hot, Rich. But maybe a little hometown cooking, a little, little heart is where the home is. Home is where the heart is.
Home is where the heart is.
Yeah, something like that. It's good for the old 3-point jumper, I'd say.
Home is where the heart is. Does that have something to do with hometown cooking? I'm wondering where you're trying to.
Yeah, where are you going?
Doing with that?
I just saw Rich said Wichita Grill, and I thought, that'd be a good place to do karaoke.
They have karaoke with the Wichita Grill.
They got a massage parlor there, too?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to go to that lovely city to find out.
You're a big...
To see if they got a karaoke spot.
Rich was texting me last Friday during the storm, and I said I was actually in Springfield, Missouri. A friend's dad died, and there was the funeral the next day, but I was in downtown Springfield, and then I saw the sign, Evangel University is right smack in downtown.
Yeah, it's just off Division Street there. You can Savard's working on Division Street. I think that's where they still have Channel 4. And so you go past Division and Glenstone, or on Glenstone, really, and it's kind of right there.
And that's where you played. Did you play quarterback there, or was that just...
No. I didn't do really much at Evangel College except steal an education.
Stolen education. Oh, my. And the book is...
To this day, and I would encourage other people to do this if they can get by it in their own minds. To this day, I'm still proud of myself for it was raining one day, and they said, no, you can't get into this class. It's filled up. So I, took a small walk and stuck my little card in the rain and smudged it with my finger. And went back to whoever just got somebody else and said, here you go. Well, I said, well, I was signed by the teacher that I could get in. I said, but the rain came down and it's smudged. Okay, well, that's it.
Oh, nice.
That was it.
I was very happy with that one.
Stole an education. RGOBooks, by the way, .com, if you want to give your kid a gift of Rich Gould literacy. It's the book. There's a snake down there. Is there a second book that's out?
There are books ready, but what I'm trying to do is not spend all the money myself. I just had to get a third printing, so I'm proud of that, and I'm also poor. So, because I have to spend money to get the damn book printed. If you have a agent or a publisher, they will spend the money to print your book, and they get the residuals, and they make a little bit of money, and you're there. So. I've worked pretty hard for 2 years to get this book published, and I'm in over 28 states with this book. And I think I've made probably $72.
Oh, look at you! And you spent it all at the karaoke bar.
Yeah.
Rich,
I spent a good chunk on it there. I can only visit 4 times a year at that rate.
I found another one that popped up. The Juju, JOO, the Juju Restaurant and Karaoke. On Olive, it says, unassuming establishment offering traditional Korean barbecue and hot pot plus private karaoke rooms.
Unassuming.
Unassuming establishment offering traditional Korean barbecue plus private karaoke rooms. There you have it.
I wasn't hungry, but now that I know about it, when I am hungry, I'll give them some consideration.
Korean barbecue, you cook it yourself. They have like a
Is that right?
a
Kind of like the
grill.
melting pot thing?
Yeah, like you have a grill in the middle of the table and you cook it yourself.
And you can only go there 4 times a year.
That seems like a great idea. Go ahead and get a bunch of people drinking hard with a great big hot griddle in the middle.
I always feel
I just think that might be great fun.
I'd always get the bill at the melting pot, like $400. Like, but I did all the work. I did all the cooking.
For a hot piece of cheese, $400 for that, and another $300 to repair the roof of your mouth.
Have you filled out a bracket, Uncle Rich?
I have. I filled out 2. One on both of them online. I don't get to, since I'm not invited to go to any TV stations these days.
Oh wow! Here we go.
I can't go in and fill out a bracket or join anybody. And so I tell you, the team that I just kind of keep going back to is Florida. They've been playing some great basketball.
Yeah.
And the one that I don't pay attention to is Houston.
Yeah. And defense.
I just don't know. I haven't watched them play much at all. Cooper Flagg is, I'm sure, going to be fine. And he's by himself a guy that can win this thing.
Mm-hmm. Houston plays a lot of defense, Martin. Big defensive
That's
squad.
true. I can't believe they've never won a national championship. I looked that up yesterday. Like the teams that had never won. I kind of thought one of the, I know they got nicked by NC State. I guess Ewing and Georgetown got them the next year. I just felt like they won one.
UCLA got them pretty good, too, after Elvin Hayes beat them in the Astrodome.
Back in the day, that's right.
That was Elvin Hayes. Jabbar hurt his eye. Alcindor hurt his eye. And Elvin Hayes had a big game against him. But then UCLA got their comeuppance against Houston.
Oh, Rich, we're getting recommendations. Well, Mr. Sider says that place is fire. Go get the Korean barbecue. I guess the Juju, again, J-O-O restaurant.
That place is fire. What does that mean?
That means that means it's good. Okay. Beer Cats is inviting you. Beer Cats loyal listener said, Uncle Rich, come to Carson's any night, Wednesday through Saturday, and you and I will sing our pants off. So you got an invite.
Yeah, that's
There's another karaoke place where you won't be wearing pants.
Seems to be a theme.
Well, Rich, great.
I've got to go watch. I may go watch a little basketball today if I feel up to it. I may, go to one of the casinos. I'll try to run into my friend Tank. Tank watches with some friends. He's from Valley Park, and he bets on the game, so he likes to go watch it. He's got a brother, You know his name?
No.
Tank
Cannon.
and Missile.
Truck.
Truck and Tank.
Tank and Truck.
And Truck. That also is true, and there are people in Valley Park right now saying, oh, hell yeah, we know Tank and Truck. Providing they get your signal down there. Do they get your signal in Valley Park?
They do. Sure, they do.
We
Of
hope
course
so.
they do.
We got an FM signal. And
Yeah, I could never get it when I was doing some radio stuff. My AM radio was busted.
I know it was. And then you let me borrow your car once I got it. I go, I'll be damned. I thought you just made that up.
I ain't lying.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to have Rich Gould on the show. Good luck with the neck. Glad to hear you.
That's nice of you, but you're scraping the bottom of the barrel. All three of you know that. You're winking at each other, saying, "Okay, we can get him to kill 10 minutes."
22 to be exact.
At the end of the day, nobody cares. Let's scrape the bottom of the barrel and dial his number.
Not true. The text line loves when Uncle Rich is on the show. They didn't see it coming with the karaoke story and the Korean lady that was drunk or hungover, and then there was some reference to some hand stuff, and I don't know what happened. Maybe on the way out, do you think we could play Bobby Darin's?
It doesn't work, man. It does not work over television. If you play it there and then I sing it here, it does not work.
Yeah, you don't hear it.
I just got
We had
shot down.
KFNOki back in the day. I did a couple of those.
Okay.
It's as if we were at the Sea Spray Inn, circa 1998, maybe.
Oh, that was a classic play. That was a wonderful place.
Sea Spray Inn, okay.
The Sea Spray Inn.
We learned something on this show. There are karaoke private rooms, Doug.
Right.
We're on Olive, so it's not. Jackie, what do you say? You and me, instead of the Mizzou game tonight, we just go the private karaoke room.
I think the Alliance might have a tough sledding through that. Monday show might be a little awkward.
Oh, Rich,
guys would love it.
We're 23 minutes in. You've done your part. So much fun. The texters love it. Uncle Rich Gould, thanks for being on the show, buddy.
I'm sending you a picture right now.
Oh, somebody just texted, Tank is my neighbor. He's the man.
You there? I was. That's right. Tank's probably watching a little hoop someplace. There's no telling where his brother Truck is.
Milo's is the place to be today on the Hill. Creep Squad will be there. They're telling you to come by Milo's. Okay.
Where's that at?
Oh, that's on the Hill. That's where they have the bocce ball.
Okay.
I love this man so much. Can we have Fridays with Rich? There, see, there.
Nice idea.
The answer is no.
Oh gosh.
You don't work Fridays.
Okay. Yes. Well,
I'll do it on a Friday as long as it's, maybe in October.
Okay.
Oh.
Him and Hein Bloom are both available in October.
Same day.
All right, buddy. Take care.
I've got to figure out how to text these. You guys be looking for a picture.
Yeah.
All
send me a
right,
picture.
Rich.
Okay. Goodbye.
Okay, we'll see you.
He seems frustrated. All right, bye. I'm out of here. I think he's hanging up on us.
He hung up. I was hoping we could stay on.
Yeah, last time we had him on, we had a little situation where we couldn't get him off the air. He popped back on about 10 seconds later.
We thought he was. Hold on. Rich, you still there? Okay, just checking. I had no idea. I Googled karaoke, Korean restaurant, Olive, and multiple places popped up. I had no idea. Unassuming establishment offering traditional Korean barbecue. Is this a live read? Plus private karaoke rooms. The other one said chill hangout. offering karaoke in private rooms plus beer.
And it said you can only go 4 times in a year. Does that mean you have to get tested after you go there?
I think he was saying he
If
only
had
made $72.
Right.
And who was he singing to at 4:30 in the afternoon?
Seemed like nobody.
No, it's yourself. I guess it would be a fun bachelorette kind of thing.
My God. It's really funny that he said I got bored in the middle of the day and I felt like singing.
Yeah. Seems like he could have just sang at his home and saved the $72.
One would think, or at least the 20.
Guys, Tank was my high school basketball coach. He's awesome. Tank, call in.
Tank and truck.
Tank and truck.
He's a national treasure, that Rich Gould.
I'm telling you, you can't script it. And when I saw the New York Times thing, I'm like, what in the hell's going on?
The New York Times article, he's right. They didn't quote him.
I thought they did, so I read it wrong.
It said Rich Gould's home had only siding and fence damage, but the winds ripped open his neighbors' garages, tore off walls, and down nearby trees. But do the New York Times expect people to know Rich Gould? Rich Gould's home.
I think his quote got edited out at the last minute.
Maybe it said something about karaoke.
He sent it to me, and I'm like, oh, why? He's in the New York Times.
That's great.
Well, pal, we just killed 23 minutes, it seems like. He just sent me a picture of a lady. This kind of looks like a Bill Murray scene in Lost in Translation. That's all I'm going to say. Just a little random. That was the 9 o'clock hour. And what would Tim say? A glorious hour.
Seems like it, yeah.
Mark Hanna got, a big ROI there. From Evergreen Wealth Strategies, Mark Hanna, proud sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Design Air brings you the email of the day. We do that at the back end of the 10 o'clock hour. I'm going to push onboarding back just a little bit here.
Yeah, it's appreciated.
Hang with the fellas. Tim's out today. Cam Jansen's sitting in this studio tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Big Blues game to break down. Blues Connects tonight, 6:30 puck drop. NCAA tournament begins. Jackson, is it Purdue that plays first?
No, it's Creighton and Louisville.
Okay.
Tip off about 15 minutes after we're done with our program.
We found that out the hard way.
Yeah, sometimes you got to learn the hard way.
It is the morning after. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in from ESPN's Shams Charania. Bill Chisholm has purchased 51% of the Boston Celtics, the controlling stake, for an evaluation of $6.1 billion. That would be the most expensive North American sports franchise. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's a little over an hour away. Bracket Madness. Pick'em Challenge. You still got time. Still got time. Get in. The bracket is set. Get signed up right now to play in this year's Bracket Madness Pick'em Challenge at 101ESPN.com. It's free to enter. This year's top scorer, we're going to take home a $250 Amazon gift card and a 101 prize bag. See the contest rules. Sign up to play right now at 101ESPN.com. Our Bracket Madness Pick'em Challenge is refreshed by Bud Light. Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, KG, Jackson Burkett on this NCAA Tournament Thursday. First round action. Blues Canucks tonight. What a great sports day in St. Louis. BK and Farrar are going to be out. Are they Helen Fitzgerald's for tournament action?
That's right. Well, all the March Madness begins this week, and you can come watch the games today and Friday with 101 ESPN and Bud Light. Join BK and Ferrari and the Fast Lane from 11 to 5:30 at Helen Fitzgerald's today. Then tomorrow you can watch both shows broadcast live from Cyberg's on Dorset, pretty close to here on the station, from 11 to 6 p.m. Come enjoy food, a cold Bud Light, 101 giveaways, and plenty of screens to watch the games. Get more details at 101ESPN.com. Our tournament tip-off watch parties are refreshed by Bud Light. It's easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
How about that? On a tournament Thursday here, Wichita, the place to be, SIU Edwardsville, 3 hours away from tip, about 5 hours away from Shock in the World, Doug. I think it's 2 all-time. Is that right? Twice. Fairleigh Dickinson and then Maryland, Baltimore County.
And do you know where that coach is currently at?
Stung Virginia in 2016?
17?
And then they won it all
maybe?
the next year. We could probably
Virginia did, yeah. Virginia got knocked out. But do you know that?
And then Mizzou, after getting stung by Norfolk State, won it all the next year. So
No, they've never won it.
They didn't?
No.
I was going to say it works out usually the next year.
That's what he's doing. Do you know where that coach from?
The coach, I do not.
VCU.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Almost positive.
I like VCU to make a run. It's a dangerous team on your brackets.
They can get hot from three-point range.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to double and triple check. I'm pretty sure he's the coach of VCU.
Oh, no, now we're not sure.
Pretty sure. Fairly confident.
Well, I'm sure Design Air Heating and Cooling will keep your home comfortable. That's for sure. Whether it's a furnace or an air conditioning that you need work on or you need an entirely new appliance, Design Air Heating and Cooling is there for you. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904, and they're proud of this, the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're best known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call of duty. I've had them out to my house a few times. They will never try to upsell you, always give you exactly what you want, and that's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling, so for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. The website is designairservice.com.
You never know where a show will go, right? You can map it out. You can have meetings all week and just kind of have a rundown, and then all of a sudden, Terry Croupen's talking about his alma mater, Mizzou. Rich Gould's talking about Korean karaoke on Olive Boulevard. Talking about Tank.
Sure.
And Truck. Sounds like a new children's book, Tank and Truck.
Where's
construction
March Madness first weekend rank for you guys in terms of favorite weekends
just kind
of
of
sports?
a Jackie Six-shooter off the cuff?
Yeah, where is it in terms of your favorite sports watching? Like, is like
for a day or for a weekend, just kind of the event itself?
Yeah, let's say like this next 4 days compared to like maybe the first weekend of college and NFL being back. Maybe playoff baseball. This
is more fun to me because of the first weekend of college football is usually against some lame-ass teams.
For sure.
Mostly.
Yeah.
And the first week of the NFL, it doesn't end your season.
No, certainly not.
So I feel like this is near the top in terms of just fandom of sports and the random. You start rooting for, and you always root for the underdog. Wherever you walk in, if it's on the screen.
Unless it's the Missouri Tigers.
Well, of course, clearly. Shout out to our friends at the Valley, of course.
Right.
Represent.
Shout out to the friends of the Valley.
For me, it was probably the Cardinals starting their season.
Yeah.
Especially on years when you thought they had a chance to go somewhere.
So that kind of ties into around tournament
close.
time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we'll be out at BPV next week on this time next week, broadcasting live.
There were a number of years where opening day, I think several years in a row, it like would coincide, would be on a Monday, and it was the night of the national championship. I remember Chuck Marlowe and I a couple of different times at Ballpark Village in between. Doug, we like to do a lot of live shots. So we made ourselves available maybe 10, 12 times that day. But Chuck and I would run inside the Ballpark Village to watch the national title game. And now with baseball starting so much earlier, it's funny now it overlaps with first round action. Or next week would be Sweet 16. A week away, home opener. Oh, by the way, I did some digging for you guys on the hard to find stats about the Cardinals spring. You see Victor Scott hit another home run yesterday.
I did see that.
That's a sure ticket to Memphis.
Right. Get him out of here.
Hit his third of the spring.
There's simply no room for him.
He's hitting 359 or 57. I can't read my own writing from 6 a.m. Victor Scott leads the team with 14 hits, Doug, so he hasn't really shown us much.
He has. He's shown more than anybody else they got.
Alec Burleson hit his third homer of the spring.
Gorman got a couple knocks yesterday.
Gorman, and his overall numbers, not great, 10 for 50 and even 212 Ks. In those 50 at bat, that's kind of on pace for his 1 out of 4 is a little better.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
I don't know if he has yet.
He got his eye back.
You don't really want a guy hitting 350 with speed though on your club.
You don't want to peak too early.
No.
Make him prove himself.
Right.
And what happened to the Katie Wu story the other day, saying that Scott's likely going to Memphis, and she wasn't guessing. She's just kind of saying that it's kind of what I'm hearing, or she wasn't rooting, or it's just kind of what she's reporting. It appears that that's all part of this plan. They want Lars Nootbaar in center. Doug, you thought center field was between Ciani and Victor Scott.
Right.
But it appears they want Nootbaar in center. So it's not Ciani over Scott playing every day.
So then why?
So then Donovan's in left many days. So
Walker,
Burleson can DH, and so Gorman can play second.
Right. Now we've Jordan Walker in right field.
Right.
Okay.
So in theory, Walker, Nootbaar, Donovan. So this is the key here is Donovan's in left, therefore the outfield maneuvering puts Newt in center. I still think if you got a guy who hits his tail off, if he's a college kid, he's not young. He's youngry.
Sure, he's very youngry. Very young.
Not young. I don't quite get it. And then this McGreevy, they're going to do a 6-man rotation, Doug, because they have so many extra. Well, actually, they don't have any extra.
Too many arms. Too many big-time arms.
I think they know the backlash on that they would look asinine.
Yeah.
First-round pick, pitches great 1 year, limited exposure last year. Next spring, pitches great. Yeah, we don't have a spot for him.
Yeah.
Except we're getting younger.
Especially with, you're kind of going into the season thinking that the rotation is going to be pretty rough at times. And if you had someone like McGreevy who pitched so well in the spring, who's shown that he can do it, and you don't have him on the team, he's not getting any starts.
And you've admitted this is a reset type of season.
Yeah,
so why wouldn't you play the younger guys who have proven themselves somewhat?
It's so confusing.
Scott looks like a completely different hitter than he did last year.
Yeah,
there was times last year he looked overmatched and dominated, got off to a rough start. Yeah. But boy, he looks like a big power hitter now. He takes a vicious cut up there.
Yeah, and with the speed he has, I mean, I get playing Nootbaar. Like you want to get Nootbaar. He's in his
He's kind of in that
20s.
Runway room. Like we got to find out if he's an everyday
now or never
guy.
almost there. And Burleson was one of your better hitters last year, and obviously you're high on Jordan Walker. But somewhere in there, it's send him down to Memphis. I just think what a confidence hit that would be. You know, like you had a great spring. You played so well. You did everything you could, and yet you're a AAA.
Mason wins it in 92, 90. I cannot read my writing. I must have really been scribbling.
Were you in the dark?
I was.
Sounds right.
4 for 41. Mason Wynn is 4 for 41. Lucan Baker, however, is 12 for 40. That's an even 300 clip, leading the team with 4 home runs. That's Doug's guy. It looks like he's going to make the team. Wilson Contreras quietly is hitting 412.
Is that right?
Yeah. And Ivan Herrera, this guy, if you ever look up his stats, minor league, because Ollie will say, All he does is hit. And you look at his minor leagues, he's always 300, 300. And you don't see catchers hitting 300.
No.
He's hitting 379. So, Doug, the bats are coming around.
Well, I don't know.
So you think Herrera will be the everyday catcher with Pies?
No, I think Pies, that's the problem now. They like Pies as the catcher.
Right. Well,
but Herrera's a pretty good hitter.
He's a damn good hitter, but
you just don't have a spot for him.
Well, the team just gets a free bag every time they get to first with, no one in front of them.
Well, if that's the case, then you got to move him. If he can't throw anybody out stealing, you got to find a different spot for him.
Well, he could be your DH, just like Burleson, just like Gorman.
So we're going to have the Cardinals are going to have 4 DHs.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when they go, on the run.
Use them in that golden at bat situation.
If any team could benefit.
We need 4 golden at bats during the game. It'd be great if Mozeliak would say, in discussing a 6-man rotation, well, candidly, we thought Matz would get hurt. Like, they could just say we had kind of a plan in place. And he's pitched great. Steven Matz.
Yeah.
So, Doug, maybe this team is just overloaded with talent.
Well, almost too much talent.
Right.
You hate to see it.
Then
You hate to see this much talent.
14-man Little League lineup where they only play 9 guys in the field, but you get that 14.
Everybody hits?
Yeah, right. Everyone gets 2 at-bats.
The problem is some of the guys who are going to be in the lineup every day and have earned that, they haven't hit at all this spring.
Mason Wynn,
Arenado, Burleson, they're not hitting much of anything.
Yeah.
Arenado's 184, Burleson's 209, and Wynn, as you said, but you couldn't read your writing, 90 or something.
I got 90.
And those 3 guys are going to be in there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. But it is still just a spring. I mean, Jordan Walker tore it up, 2-3 springs ago and did not translate to the major league level.
Yeah.
From the 3 and 4, we make terrible baseball decisions. There's a slogan. You put that on a T-shirt, Chairman. We make terrible baseball decisions. Again, those final decisions yet to be made. Jose Fermin, by the way, is leading them in RBI, I believe, last I checked. Jose Fermin off the bench. Somebody doesn't like the idea that the tournament weekend is the best. The Masters is way better.
Yeah, I mean, it's personal preference. That's why I asked what do people like the most. But yeah, I respect that.
It's a lot more action here than in the Masters.
Yeah. I mean, you have so many different games going, especially this first weekend is craziness.
I heard somebody say once some people like things and some people don't like other things.
Yeah, it was a guest last week.
Seems fair. Surprise guest who would only come on. Joe Buck, hey, can you call in on Jackson's? But yeah, no problem. Joe Pelusi, can you call in? Not really. It's a busy time for me. But if we can mention Easy Pass. Who's your daddy? Says Speed Week for me at Daytona. That's my favorite. How about that? I didn't see that coming.
Charlie Marlowe.
Texters. Chuck Marlowe. The more surprising, Rich Gould, children's author, Chuck Marlowe, NASCAR insider.
It has to be Rich Gould, children's author.
I don't know. It's close. You can text in. It's the Air Comfort Service text line at 399-9646. The Pestis call-in line is brought to you by Collier and Thompson. 314-974-0101. You have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way later in the show. TMA, the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success, and that has been the case since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, and they are still on the same street, headquartered there to this day. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. Stifel partners with the St. Louis Cardinals, the St. Louis Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and their future. Stifel isn't just your typical bank-owned investment firm constantly staring at their bottom line. They're a wealth management firm that owns their own bank and focuses on one thing, and that is doing what's best for their clients, because they know if you're happy, they're going to be just fine too. That mantra has made Stifel one of the fastest growing wealth management firms in the world. And with a tagline like, where success meets success, you understand why they decided to partner with this here radio talk show. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success.
got a secret weapon. Bennington is in the net.
Is this at the Juju Bar? Like, did they rent a room? Think they got a private room? J-O-O. Or the other place, Coriana, where Rich went.
When's the last time you karaoke'd, Martin?
Doug, was that 2002?
I don't know the years,
Or was
Martin.
it Johnny Gito's over there, River de Pear?
Oh,
on
yeah, it's a
Watson?
Mexican place now.
Yeah, I think that was back in the day. I don't know. Did I do it there? Macomb, there used to be a thing like Howard Balzer and all these guys would sing. And they'd make. Did you ever have to do that at Macomb,
No,
Doug? It was like
no,
media
never did.
hazing.
Yeah.
And they're all like, get up and do it. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to. So I finally said, sure. And I did C.W. McCall's Convoy.
Oh, yeah.
Which is not a very easy song to karaoke, so it was particularly painful and bad. And my premise was they would never let me or want me to do it again.
Right. That's a
work
good
out?
play.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do a poor job at something, and you know you won't be asked again.
That's a kind of a media thing, too. It's just that way they never bother you again.
Right.
Till they don't need you anymore. Then you're like, maybe I should have tried.
Maybe I should have done something.
I think that was my last care. I think Johnny Gito's we would go and watch. I think my wife and I went there a couple times. And I've said this before. There was a little guy, a little bigger than Mickey Carroll, but he would belt out Sinatra. And like he had a chair in front, and everybody knew you didn't sit in that chair until he got there. His name wasn't Johnny or Frank. Maybe it was Frankie. He would roll in, and everybody like would clear out. He was not a big man at all. But he would grab the mic and just kind of take over doing Sinatra. I would definitely go with Rich. Just
Oh, my
to
God.
See.
I
Can you
would love
imagine
that.
that? He sent me a picture of the woman running the bar. Doug thinks it's a massage bar.
I do. Yeah, with the private rooms and the beds. Yeah, I do.
Well, I don't think there were beds, were there?
I don't know.
Music beds.
Yeah, they were laying down some music beds.
Music beds.
There you go.
I feel like my karaoke days died a few years ago when I cut off the booze for good.
Yeah.
you'd
Karaoke
have to
went
be
with it.
plastered.
Booze is a good vehicle to get you to the karaoke.
It'll certainly loosen up the old vocal cords.
Karaoke and dancing.
Yeah.
I think Jackson's live stream tonight might end with some singing. Simply
sing.
the best, maybe, as Mizzou wins over Drake, and you're
Yeah.
on the YouTube chat, the
If they win, I'd
TMA STL
sing.
page.
Yeah, I'd sing.
Tune in tonight, 6:35,
I'm not-
Jackson's live stream.
It's not going to be like a whole production. I might do a little warbling.
Will you wear Mizzou gear?
Yeah, I'll be in a Mizzou polo. That's right.
Mizzou polo?
A little more business, atmosphere.
If they're down at half, will you pop the top?
I will probably keep my shirt on for the remainder of the broadcast.
You're svelte now.
I am svelte, but you know, if you think my face is pale, wait till you see.
Oh no.
These pecs.
Go get a spray tan before tonight.
I can't get a spray tan.
Why?
It's
not with that attitude.
Like
It'd be hysterical if you showed up with this deep dark tan like
Looking
the bodybuilders have.
George Hamilton.
It's like when Brian Urlacher got the hair transplant. And he went from like being notoriously famously bald to having hair. Like it's too big a jump. If I was a little less pale and did something like that, it could be like, oh, you got some sun. If I did it, it would be like, oh my God, is it still wet on your body? You know, it'd be
Didn't
pretty
Colin
obvious.
Cowherd all of a sudden had hair too? There's something at that FS1 studio. They all of a sudden all
Is that
had
right?
hair.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've always seen him as having like a decent head of hair.
Maybe I'll go get a spray tan. I've been wanting to get a little color in my life.
Go for
Why
it.
don't you do that?
It's better than a tanning bed, right?
Oh God, yeah. Tanning bed will give you skin cancer.
I used to. One of my first jobs was at LA Tan, so I got to tan for free, and I was going 6-7 days a week.
Oh God.
I was in pretty good shape at the time, and I had the little. I would take the little Playboy bunny sticker, put it right here on my hip.
Oh no, no.
You're kind of a little show boy.
I will, yeah.
You are a show boy.
Frost my tips.
Marcius Burner thinks you ought to get a tiger stripe spray tan. Jackson, what do you think?
Oh,
about
so
that?
like half
So you
pale,
look like a tiger.
They'd have to put like a ruler on me. No, that's not going to happen. No spray tans from me ever.
Elite 8 spray tan.
Would that increase their probability of winning if I get a spray tan? I just don't see how the correlation.
No, but you'd show yourself off much better.
636, please, just show up one day with one of those Trump-esque spray tans.
Yeah.
The YouTube chat would be amazing.
Like, don't get my ears.
But have it
Like
done
Rudy
during,
Giuliani with it dripping down by your ear.
Hair dye.
have it done during the game.
Like have someone come over and spray me.
This is a really good idea.
Somehow all my couch and my walls will have orange spray tan.
You can look over your shoulder and scream at the refs while you're being painted. In your
I sweat a little.
Jesse, if you're listening, if you have a tan person out there that we can get involved with this, let us know, please.
That's from the show boy, also known as KG.
The show boy. I like
Texting
that.
in. Busy show today. Bernie Federko, Rich Gould, Terry Crouppen. We've covered a lot of ground here. Still have the Design Air email of the day coming your way. Cam Jansen in studio all day tomorrow to break down Blues and Canucks. They're tied right now, that 8th and final playoff spot. Blues 9-2-2 since the Four Nations break. They've been on a heater. 16 goals in their last 3 games. It's going to be fun. What about a feel in the room here? What's the guy? I think they take care of business. I think this team is not letting up yet. Not letting up. Nolan Norman got his eye back for the Cardinals, and I think the Blues got their mojo back.
I think they do. Boy, it would really be a huge bummer if they lost tonight.
It's a 4-point game, Doug.
Yeah, and they have a game in hand. Vancouver would. So it would really derail them. I think if they don't pull this off tonight.
Most raucous atmosphere of the year, you think?
Feels like it. And Monty was saying yesterday, he goes, I've been talking to some friends of mine around town. They said there's a real buzz. Because if you're the coach, you don't really have a sense of what's going on. You're locked in.
You're always traveling.
But I don't know if they were neighbors or friends. He said, I'm hearing there's a lot of buzz right now, which is kind of cool if you're the coach. You kind of get that feeling about the city you're in. I mean, he's lived in Dallas and Boston, been a head coach in big cities. And he always says, this is a great sports town. And he kind of said, I want to see it tonight. Like Gates the other day grabbed the mic and he said, it is drivable. We need you in Wichita. And Tim said, okay, I'll be there, coach.
Yeah, absolutely.
You were talking sports viewing experiences, and March Madness is right up there. But a playoff hockey run is just top tier.
No doubt. People make fun of me. I'm not big into hockey, but playoff hockey is a whole different thing.
Did you even watch the Stanley Cup Final?
Yes, I watched the entire run.
It was lousy watching A Time to Kill instead of the big Winnipeg game.
It's true. Good movie. It's a good movie.
Matthew McConaughey?
Oh, yeah. That was like right
Grisham?
after. Yeah, that was a John Grisham
One of the
book.
few Grishams that's not a The book.
Yeah, The Firm. The Pelican
Chamber?
Brief.
Yeah. A lot of those.
But Time to Kill is good. That was right after like Dazed and Confused. Kind of got red
Kind of
hot.
just put him on a different map.
Yeah,
he was on the map, but a different map.
Yeah, certainly.
All right, guys, I got to go on board. Take it away. It's a KG vehicle the rest of the way with Jackie running point, getting ready for. People are still asking for the stream. You go to the YouTube channel for TMA STL 635. Jackson will be up and running. Watch him. Watch Mizzou.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Tim wants to tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Let's do it.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is the longest running sponsor on TMA, going back a decade. Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, and I are all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling, and I would say at this point, with Design Air being with us for a decade and listeners reaching out to me, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, and asking me to connect them to Seth Goldcamp, it's probably been 100+ emails over the years saying, hey, can you introduce me to Seth? I've got a problem with my HVAC system. And then Seth or one of his technicians comes over and tends to the issue, and I get an email back that says, man, you guys weren't kidding. Design Air really is the best. All you have to do, if you want to get your HVAC tended to, is go to designairservice.com. I've been a client for a long time. So have Martin. So have Doug. And we all say the same thing. They really are the best. There's no upselling. And how nice is it to know that you're going to get your HVAC system taken care of and not have to worry about right at the end somebody going, you know, you really should do this and spend more money with us. That is not the way they operate. They build their business through trust and great service. What else can you ask for? It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com.
Man, it's good to hear his voice.
Oh, there it is. KG, he refuses. KG, since 7:01, standing at attention at Tim's spot and refuses to even look at the chair, let alone sit in it.
Sniff it?
That's too great.
Oh, jeez. What's wrong with you?
It smelled like greatness.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Hold on. I'm going to an audiologist after onboarding because Doug just smacks the crapola out of
strikes it true.
The chime there. All right, the boys have got this. And then BK Ferraro live at Helen Fitzgerald's. Great day to be watching basketball. Watch it with 101 ESPN all afternoon. It's TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2025 season, and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. You heard that right, potato wedges. People out there, they're clamoring for those potato wedges to come back a lot more places. Don't worry, Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken has those potato wedges. Plus, with that Battlehawks box, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawk tickets. With this deal, Battlehawks game tickets start at just $14. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, really easy to use, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
On your pontoon, they young Ray, they young Ray, oh yeah.
One more week, Doug.
Okay. Week from today.
Week from today.
Today, we'll be down there at BPV live, talking it over.
That'll be fun. I wonder if it's sold out yet. The game. Not us at BPV, but the game. It hadn't been as of recently.
I'd be surprised if it was.
There's no way to find that out
There's
either.
no possible way. It wasn't crowdsourced or anything.
Okay, sorry.
Like,
I'll go to Ticketmaster. Doggone it.
I'm going to say no.
I will also say no.
Well,
Ticketmaster's not a fair,
Yeah,
that's
because
a
there's always
secondary
going to be
market.
somebody trying
Yeah.
to sell something. Okay, well, we have no way of knowing that at all.
Cardinals are off today. Split squad tomorrow. I'm looking. Yep, split squad with the Astros and then the Mets as well. Only 4 more. No, that's incorrect, right? 4 more. 4 more spring training games. Yeah. So tomorrow's 2 games, and then they play Saturday and Sunday, and that will conclude spring training games for the Cardinals. Then, of course, Thursday taking on the Twins here in the Gateway City.
Pulled up the Cardinals ticket website. You can get a spot in the Community America Cardinal Club Rows. All-inclusive ticket, $1,029.
Oh, 1,000.
yikes.
You got that though. You got that like in your socks.
And if you can't afford that, and you're a lady,
that's right.
between the ages of 46 and 59, you can sign up
Baseball.
for Bachelor Baseball.
Yeah, send in your applications.
Gosh, there are some expensive tickets on here. Holy smokes! But these are in the Diamond Box and the Premium Party Suites.
Yeah.
But they're $300 and $400.
Yeah, but you get a little.
You can get a standing room only for $67.80.
That's pretty good.
Okay. Home field box, like the lower level, $300.
You planning on going, Doug?
I don't have tickets. So I guess not at the moment.
If you don't have insurance, I suggest calling James Carlton of State Farm.
James Carlton has been my insurance agent going back to March of 2019. Now, James started advertising on my podcast and then on TMA. And I was with somebody else, being honest with you. And then the next thing I know, I got an emergency situation on a March night when we came back from spring training. And I reached out to James on a Saturday night, and he was kind enough to help us out in an emergency situation. And I recall thinking to myself, why am I not working with the best? I think for a lot of people, you kind of inherit your insurance agent, whether it be from family or it's just a friend. And I understand all that, and you never want to have that awkward conversation. But my decision was based on my responsibility is to put my family in the best position possible. And by working with James Carlton, making the switch, I put my family in the best position possible when it came to our home, auto, and life insurance. You can do the exact same thing. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Or give them a call at 314-961-4800. Make the switch. They'll do all the paperwork for you. And now you, too, will be working with the best. The best is James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Online at carltoninsurance.net.
All right, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to TMA here on 101 ESPN, presented by This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight. Big game tonight, taking on the Vancouver Canucks. Pre-game at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30, right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Yeah. All right. Chairman Kurt, Doug, you're listening to TMA, 101 ESPN, presented by Brian Crouppen. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Chairman Kurt said, mind if I take a stab at reading some of the emails? I said, hey, brother.
Sure.
Doug, you always say that radio isn't great for you because you don't like to talk.
That's correct. I did see we have a Mizzou update that Jacob Cruz has announced that he's coming back for another year.
He has announced his intentions to return to Columbia because of the JUCO rule. That allows him to get one more year of eligibility.
What kind of rule is that?
Some about transferring
3 years now after
transferring from JUCO. I think there's a rule where you can get exempt from a year, like one of your years at JUCO won't count or something.
That's weird.
It's a lot of legalese that I just don't understand necessarily. But I know the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I understand that. And Chairman, the floor is yours.
All right, let's do it. I didn't know how you guys were going to do it, but you totally pulled it off. Sure, we have all this excitement of March Madness and the Blues playing the best puck right now, but we still had time for the Beanie Baby discussion and almost got another report on Doug's bird feeder. Keep up the great work. Wichita is so lucky to have Tim today.
Oh,
that's true.
That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of October pontoon season.
Shooter McGavin, vice president, October pontoon season.
But this email is about the first time I witnessed something. 1981 Vianney father-son dance. We all wanted him. My buddy Jimmy's dad. To say he was robust would be an understatement. Broad in the beam could have been his middle name. All of a sudden, I look over and my buddy Butchie is stretching out.
Oh.
I said, what the heck are you doing? He said, I'm going for it. I just like to take deep breath before I jump off the high board. Next thing I know, Mr. Vanderkap grabs his arm. No parking, Butchie. No parking on the dance floor. Butchie latched onto his right leg, grapevining around it like a climbing vine, and it was lunchtime because Butchie was microwaving the hot dog in front of everybody. That's from Benjamin, but he goes by Ben, and his last name is Newton.
Is there LSD in my coffee? I didn't understand a single word of that.
Yeah.
Benjamin Newton? Okay, I believe he's new.
Salutations from across the nation, and good luck to young Jackson as he embarks on the social experiment of a torture porn and potential snuff film mashup today.
Oh.
I've already passive-aggressively bitched via text about my Disney experience, but just a few more highlights for those pondering how can I spend 5 figures on a family trip while taking yourself to the brink of insanity. Number 1, be prepared for the fats to little rascal around you like they own the place. Never mind your 2-year-old and Mickey ears. If you hear beep, 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 just assume a 400-pounder is about to be angry with you for being in the way of churro number 10 for the day. Number 2, even though you're at the children's theme park, oddly, the place will be overrun with adult couples and TikTok influencers who've decided this is their special place in life, and the sight of some poor college kid in costume makes them cry due to the, quote, magic. Just join the furry community instead of just dipping your toes in it, you prudes.
Oh.
Number 3, drink the $10 beers or $20 cocktails heavily to numb both the physical pain and mental pain from fiscal irresponsibility. Reminds me of that $60 bucket of Heineken Zeros out at Circa. And number 4, finally, take plenty of pics, not just for the gram, but as evidence to one day rub it in your kids' faces what you'll do for them. Thoughts and prayers appreciated. That comes from Los Wien.
Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Good morning. I'm a beautiful 46-year-old woman looking for a date, so FM radio seemed like the natural place to start my search. Although most gals are excited by fancy vacations and expensive jewelry, I'm only interested in 2 things: mediocre baseball teams who are actively avoiding roster improvement and really big horses. Sure, tickets are available online for $39, but I'm a lady who listens to TMA, which means I'm extremely poor and I clearly make bad life decisions. Yeah. Instead of paying for my own ticket, I think it would be better to meet up with a desperate stranger who is so starved for physical affection that he he begs a local radio station to help him find human interaction. Before this lonely fella takes me back to his place to explore my voluptuous female body, I'd like to spend an afternoon watching a subpar squad strike out 15 times as the best diabetics in baseball seated near me shovel helmet nachos down their engorged gullets. I just hope my mystery man doesn't have an unhealthy obsession with ASMR videos or an underwhelming sunflower garden near his Section 8 apartment complex. Doug, sorry you're not feeling well today. I'd be happy to come down to the Hubbard Studios and cheer you up. Remember, I am a beautiful 46-year-old woman, and that comes from the JV golf coach, and I've met him. I
have too. He's not okay.
I thought he was younger than that.
JV golf coach.
Hey, weather boy. I know you have to leave early every day to read Doppler printouts for Templeton, so you won't hear this, but I've had enough of you gaslighting our young Prince Jackson. Yeah, sure, his lengthy questions are more appropriate for a Harvard thesis than they are for sports talk radio, all in an obvious attempt to fill time when you guys have nothing else to talk about.
Right.
But not this week. Not today. From one true son to another, the Tigers and their faithful will not be beat today in the studio or on the court. So why don't you get back to working on your little impressions instead of coming at our boy? Also, I can see you trying to steal Doug's title belt for best four-headed Hubbard, and newsflash, that ain't happening either. Go Tigers, that's Dogtown tie.
Oh, Dogtown tie.
And finally, Doug, a few housekeeping items. First off, since Libby Jack struggles with basic math, here's the correct email of the day standings for the month of March. JV golf coach leads with 5. He's trailed by the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Don't Think, Just Stink, Who Stole Wet Pink, who each have 2 wins, followed by Kermit the Bong, Misty Plops, and Jimmy Stronglegs, who each have 1. Now, as everyone heard yesterday, my email received votes from Doug and Libby Jack, which normally would have clinched the win, but in this case, Tim decided to go ahead and vote for Wet Pink, which tied the vote at 2-2 before declaring him or her the winner. No big deal. These things happen when you manage the clock so poorly that email of the day starts at 10:57, and everyone's more concerned with getting the F out of there than listening to the emails. No matter how dubious the circumstances, we can't overturn the outcome. There's no VAR.
Yeah.
Oh, video review.
Yep.
An email of the day. Don't Think, Just Stinks win must stand because he or she was declared the winner at show's end. Anyone who brings it strong consistently with their emails will inevitably hit into some hard outs, but in general, it all evens out over time. Ours is the type of presentation where a desperate middle-aged sad from the Metro East feels free to drop in at any time and make an ass of himself by pimping himself out for his extra opening day tickets that isn't as good as he thinks it is as he tries to reel in a Festus 4. Yikes. Even that Dads on Driveways podcast guy who called in to not to self-promote, but to ask Tim for advice on how to start a conversation was cringing during that. And Doug, that's from Buck Swope.
I figured it was. Buck Swope with a nice little email
and
this
that's
morning.
What we have for the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. I'm going to start with you, Doug. What you got?
Well, you did a fine job of reading those.
I agreed.
I'm going to go with a fellow by the name of Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I'm also on low swing.
Congratulations.
I guess my vote doesn't count for 2 as the winner.
There's
or as the
power
reader.
of 3. You're not Tim. I'm sorry.
I was going to go with JV golf coach, but Carlos Spicy Wiener gets a win in the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day.
All right, that's going to do it for us here on TMA. BK and Ferrari are up next, talking it over from Helen Fitzgerald. Take a listen. Mizzou tipping off 6:30. The Blues taking on the Canucks at 6:30. Thank you, everybody. This has been TMA STL right here on 101 ESPN, presented by Brown and Crouppen.